Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 216. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, looks like you're going to go maybe shoot the back nine at the local golf club. What's happening?
Nothing much. Just getting ready for some big changes, but that's for another day. I've got so much to think about.
Yeah,
but I've been grinding away on some YouTube stuff. I've got a video that's like about like Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad that I have like kind of like in the chamber waiting for like sponsor approval right now, which is always like the most annoying part because it just takes a weirdly long time.
Yeah, that's obnoxious.
Yeah, but a couple other ones in the chamber too, so feeling pretty good.
Good. Yeah, we do ads obviously most weeks for this show, and they're pretty good about getting back to us if something's wrong. But we usually get preemptive notes that I can tell like are sent to everyone, but are based on my reads. Like, stop saying this in this read for this. But they like pretend like it's for everyone, but it's really just for me.
Yeah,
I can see that in a few different products. Anyway, good to see you as always, Dustin Furman, executive producer of Last Stand Media. How are you, my friend?
I'm feeling great today. I feel like the last 2 days I've done a lot of stuff, but everything is in motion. So it almost feels like I've done nothing. But I thought about it, and I didn't play any games yesterday. Didn't play any games today. Well, today's my really busy day, so that's expected. But a lot of things in motion. And we're watching my aunt's dog right now, and she's a little puppy, and she's insane. So I wouldn't be surprised if you hear a dog at some point during the show.
Give me a name.
CC is the dog's name.
CC.
Yeah, so we've CC and Frisk are hanging out today.
What's her social security number?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say Bork, but then I realized those are not numbers. Like 1-800-BORK. That's their phone number, I guess.
CC, welcome to the family. You're never going back. Do you want to keep her?
No, not right now. I love puppies. I want to be around puppies, but not for extended amounts of time because they are too insane.
Yeah.
She's about 3 or 4 times the size of Frisk, which is not saying very much, but it's enough that she wants to play with Frisk so bad, but Frisk is afraid of her because she's much bigger than her. So it's been chaos for the last 12 hours in this house. But I think they've started to get acquainted to each other, so they're not constantly freaking out, which is good. But yeah, no more dogs for us. Holly and I always say Frisk takes up so much of our heart. Like, we don't have any more love to give to another dog because we love Frisk so much. So
right.
No more dogs.
Yeah, totally understand that. I mean, you could have 2 Boston Terriers like me if you want insanity.
Right.
They're insane. Although they really get very insane when people are here. They're used to us, obviously, so they're more normal. But I felt that way about Rush. Like, how could I ever love another dog like this? And then we got Treble, and it's like, oh, she's our whole different creature. We love her for her own reasons.
Right.
I call her party girl, like I've said on the show, because she's absolutely nuts. She's just nuts. Way more nuts than Rush, and also way smaller. So it makes her quite wily indeed.
I think that people...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just real quick, I got to say about Treble, what people don't know about her is you see photos, you know she's a real cutie, right? I think the cutest thing about her is her walk. I don't know if she's still doing that thing where she's walking.
She like high steps. Like, yeah.
She high steps.
She like doesn't know how to walk, basically.
She looks like a moron, but the absolute cutest moron I've ever seen in my entire life. And I just wanted people to know that, that's important to me, at least.
It's funny because Rush is too big for a Boston Terrier. Like, he's big for his breed. He's 30 pounds. And he's like a real mush and cute. And he likes to play and get crazy, but he like loves laying on my chest and just cuddling with me and stuff. And then Treble is really small for the breed, like 12 or 13 pounds. And she's just a fireball of insanity, just completely insane. And so a little yin and a little yang, but we enjoy our Boston Terriers here. I'm such a stan of that breed. That's it. That's all it is for me. For the rest of my life, it's going to be Bostons. I love them. Okay. What are we talking about? This is Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, our weekly PlayStation podcast with the 3 of us. Remember, you can get it 3 days early and ad free on patreon.com/laststandmedia, like more than 12,000 of you currently do. Thank you so much for your love, kindness, and support over there. We couldn't do it without you. We are, of course, and I was messing around with a new intro for the show, which we're not using yet. and I put it on Discord, and I also sent it to Dustin, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to say, because right now it's like, Sacred Symbols is brought to you by you, whatever. But I want to somehow include in the verbiage, quickly, we don't accept early, access to games, no preview events, no free rides. We buy all of our own games. We don't do early, embargo previews, embargo reviews, and all of that. For instance, The Last of Us Part 1 is in the wild right now. But we won't play it until it comes out on September 2nd. That's the way we roll. So we really could use your support, because we really are on the outside. And we appreciate you guys so much over there on Patreon, and of course supporting our merch store over at laststandmedia.store, laststandmedia.store. Mike is doing a great job with all of that. We appreciate that. And of course, one of the perks you get over on Patreon is Sacred Symbols Plus, our twice weekly supplemental podcast. Deep dives, interviews, game reviews, and discussions, all the rest. I did 2 really interesting ones recently. One will actually go live right after the show does, which is I did a deep dive on Fortnite. And it was quite, I had a guy on who's played like 2,000 hours and just picked his brain. And because I don't know fucking anything about Fortnite, and people will really, I think, find that episode interesting, because you can see me dying inside as we go on. Not because we're talking about Fortnite, but because I'm starting to realize why. In real time, you can see me learning how dominant that game is and how much money they're making. And inside my mind, it's like, well, single player games will always exist, but they have no prayer in this environment. Because when I learned, because it blew my mind. He was like, oh, so you get the skin, it's $20 or whatever. I'm like, well, what? Mm-hmm. The skin is $20? I thought it was like $1, and they were making all that money just with billions of transactions. But they're actually making all that money with millions of transactions, which totally changes the entire theme of the game and the power of it. No wonder.
Dude, if you want to be Goku,
want a Fortnite.
Of course. If you want to be Goku, you're paying up right now. Like millions of people are paying to be Goku. I can't
believe that people spend that much money on a skin, because I was asking him, like, that doesn't throw off the balance, and he's like, no, it's aesthetic, like only aesthetic. So it's not like you're buying classes or.
Yeah. Well,
so anyway, you could see me die throughout the entire podcast. I think people are really gonna like that a lot. Yeah.
I've been seeing some insane. I gotta be honest, dude, like some of the footage that I've been seeing of Fortnite on Twitter looks hilarious, to the point where it's like that looks fun. Like you just see like Chun-Li on a flying Nimbus with a lightsaber, just like throwing a Kamehameha at Ariana Grande, is the funniest shit I've ever seen. And it's just the fever dream aesthetic of it. It's like, yeah, there's no artistic merit to it at all, but it looks like I don't know. It looks. Fortnite, to me, every day that I see it, looks more and more like what Ready Player One was trying to be. You know what I mean? Like just this idea that, oh, you just pick whatever you want, and it doesn't matter if it makes sense. And why not? Why not have fucking Dr. Dre throwing a fucking Kamehameha at Dr. Drew?
Dude, it's like, Dr. Drew as he denies COVID. So I remember that was so weird. He was like one of the earliest deniers. It was so funny. But one of the things I realized about Fortnite, or I didn't learn about, is he was telling me about kind of the centralized nature of the universe, how it's supposed to be infinite iterations. Like you're not playing when you play as Spider-Man, you're not Spider-Man. You're like an iteration or whatever. And basically I was just like, this is so clever, because Epic ran to the center and said, like, we're taking up this space wherein it's the intersection of all things. Okay, that's our space. And then they can just invite everyone in. And so I was talking about this whole chicken and the egg thing, where I don't know why I never thought about this, but imagine how much money must be at play for Sony to say, here's what we're going to allow. You can kill Aloy with Master Chief on your Switch. And as long as we get a little piece of that, that action, we're cool with that. I mean, that's unthinkable levels of cross marketing and licensing. So you can really watch me learn a thing or two in real time by watching that episode, listening to that episode. I'm sorry, Chris, you were going to say something.
No, it's just they're smart, man. I can't deny it. It was annoying at first, and it was just people building 3-story colonial homes on top of each other with like really no aesthetic identity. But now that it's just this mess, I kind of like I'm all right with it. Like this is just this fever dream that everybody's just kind of contributing to, and everybody's just having fun in this playground. It's like I get it. I get why you would. I get the novelty of seeing Goku with a machine gun. I understand.
We had this conversation, and I was with the guy. He's a really good, interesting guy. And I was telling him, I'm like, I'm not insulting you, but I can tell the kind of consumer you are, because he gets excited about anything. You know, it seems like he's like, well, I was telling him, like, Darth Vader apparently is like in the game right now, like roaming through the game or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I couldn't give a shit less about that. If you try, like, why do I care? Even things I love, like someone can say Mega Man's in Fortnite. I'd be like, I don't know, man, that whatever. I mean, it just, because again, we were talking about the chicken and the egg stuff of inclusion of IP because of the money. So it's just this circle, right? And then, Chris, you'll appreciate this. We were talking about the aesthetic, and I was like, is Fortnite ugly, or is it just being copied so much that it's actually pretty good, and we can no longer erase all of it from our mind, so we can't feel again what we felt when we saw Fortnite for the first time? So there's I don't know, man. I didn't expect this episode to drop me so hard. And
I'm looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, so thank you. So people will enjoy that. Of course, I did one that's already out on Edutainment with a Canadian teacher and consultant, and we talk about the fusion of games and education. And we were talking about really interesting stuff. Like, we were talking about the hypothetical high school, let's say, honors English or literature class that's only playing role-playing games. And why couldn't that be? A game like Final Fantasy VI has a better story than a lot of the classics that we read. Can teachers wrap their minds around the gamification of all of this stuff, and how valuable can it be? And you guys, well, maybe you guys won't, but a lot of you out there will appreciate, he has a trophy system in his classroom. With like bronzes, silvers, golds, platinums, and all of this. Pretty cool. And he says that gamification, and he makes a good point. What's the thing you always remember when you think back at school? You don't remember like taking a quiz. You remember the time you like played a game or did something zany or weird that was memorable to you. So imagine if it was always like that. And could that be useful? Very antithetical to the East Asian mantra of 6 days a week, all year, test and homework based. But I think he and I disagreed, because I was like, I don't know how you can look at what's going on in some of these societies that are way smarter than us and think that we need to get a little crazier. But I'm open to whatever. So that was a really interesting conversation as well. All that's going on Sacred Symbols Plus. Dustin, you made a good point. I had a Melanie Mack on, a friend of ours, or a friend of mine, and you made the point that that show was more controversial on Patreon than it was once we published it, which is really weird.
Really strange. Yeah. Never seen that before.
Me neither.
That's interesting.
But that was a good point. Like, more patrons were kind of in a tizzy than the overwhelmingly although it was overwhelmingly positive on Patreon too. But that was a really interesting observation. And so I appreciate you making that. So anyway, I'm going on and on. Also, Discord. We have more than 5,000 of you in there. You'll find me in the memes channel. You will definitely find me in the memes channel. And that's it. No, I'm on other places as well. Dustin, tell me a little bit about what you're doing with Pittsburgh Gaming Expo before we move on.
Yeah, so this coming October, Ben and I are going to be featured guests, real fancy title, the Pittsburgh Gaming Expo. And so we talked to these guys. They're super awesome dudes, and we were really excited to partner with them just because we want to support local stuff. We did our event here in Butler, and this is kind of the big gaming thing in this region. And so we were happy to do something with them. And so with that, if you're interested in going to the show, Ben and I will be there. There's going to be some kind of meetup panel type thing that's to be announced. But there is currently live a promo code where you can get a few dollars off if you want to go to the Pittsburgh Gaming Expo. The code is Last Stand, all capital letters, 22. Last Stand 22. I'll put it in the description on everything if you want to check it out. It's October 1st and 2nd at the Monroeville Convention Center, which is right by the Monroeville Mall where they filmed Night of the Living Dead. So if you want to go there, they've got a museum for that too. And it'll just be a great time. Lots of vendors, lots of classic arcade games that you can go and check out. They've got, last year when I was there, they had 1 million CRTs with 1 million consoles. And so it is really just an overall celebration of cool gaming stuff. And so, again, we're super pumped to have a presence there, and we hope to see some of you guys there.
Yeah, I think that'll be cool. And I'm glad you're doing something local. I like supporting the local things, the smaller things, the more boutique things. We are one of those things. So it's always good to reciprocate in that way. All right, let's get into some things to talk about before we get into the news. There are no corrections this week. However, Stu Dog wrote in and said, "Hey, gang, wanted to give a shout out to Matthew in Houston, Texas. He was the first person to recognize the Sacred Symbol sticker on my hard hat at work. Made my day when he said, "Oh shit, you got that sacred symbols. You rock, dude. Thanks for the amazing content, boys. I love being a part of this community. You're very welcome." See, keep going to laststandmedia.store, get your stickers, free shipping domestically for all of you Americans. And are we getting more of the Pope stickers? People have been asking about that. I don't know if we're going to do that.
Well, that's the question. Yeah. Is that what kind of game do we want to play here? I like the idea of them being limited, not to rip people off. It's not like we're going to charge $30 for a limited item, but it's kind of cool that there's only 100 Pope stickers out there. So maybe we can do a variant, like a hollow.
Well, I have an idea. No, we could do a hollow, but what if we did different popes?
Oh,
we have probably. Let me think. Let me put my Catholic hat on it. We probably have a half dozen or more, probably like 8. Yeah, something like that. Popes that would have been reasonably photographed in quality. You know, like doing the sacrament. Right. So
it's very important.
Each of the runs could just be a different pope, which would be fucking hysterical. And maybe we can just do that as well. So
that's a good idea. That's interesting. Well, we can look into that.
But I'm glad that you guys are enjoying that. And thank you so much for your support over there. Another good way to just support us. We're getting more merch. We know you guys want sweatshirts. We know you want other things. We have a lot of things in the works. So thank you for all of that. And glad you guys are meeting each other out there because of it. Joey Wren wrote in and said, "Hey, my itty bitty slitties." I know Chris loves that. No,
just awful.
No, horrible.
Colin, currently doing some trivia at a bar when a question concerning latitude arises. The guy across from me was insistent that latitude was the vertical lines on the globe. I bet him $100 that they were the horizontal lines. I am now $100 wealthier. Made me think of you. Thanks to all of you. So this is awesome, Joey. I'm so glad that you won $100 because of me. That's so exciting. And I'm not saying that sardonically in any way. It's awesome. For people that don't know, I was making fun of myself because we were saying what is some of the stupidest things. I think it was back in earlier in the run of the shows. Like, what are some of the stupidest things that ever happened to you or that you had a revelation was? And I was like, I got a bachelor's in American history with latitude and longitude mixed up the entire time. Like the entire time, and all of the classes about war and cartography and geography.
I love that.
I was wrong the entire time. And I only realized it when I was done. And so I'm glad that has resonated with you because I'll never forget that either. Again, I thought it was longitude like a long way around the oblong sphere, but it's not. And so now I have to think of the opposite. Yeah, it totally makes sense.
Yeah, I always thought about it like the latitude was like the rungs on a ladder, which go side to side. That's how I learned it a long time ago. That just came out of my fucking ancient brain from like elementary school, I think.
Oh, but latitude is the...
Because longitude, you said, goes
up and down,
right?
Right.
Longitude.
Right. So latitude would be the rungs of the ladder going left to right.
I see. I think I understand. I don't know. Now I don't understand it again. Which one is which? I don't care. I want to move on. I got to move on. Thank you for writing in. Straith wrote in and said, "Gentlemen, recently someone close to me shared offhandedly that they habitually drink their morning coffee while also in the midst of their morning dump. It was said as if it was just a normal thing that a sane person would do. Am I right in my opinion that this is a truly sacrilegious activity of the highest order? I need your guidance in this matter as always. Keep on that Ligma grind set and have a great rest of your day." Thank you, Straith, for writing in. We will certainly do that. It's disturbing. What's worse than being interrupted in eating or drinking because you have to poop? So why would you subject yourself to that? That is strange. You know, like when you're eating, I'm sure it's happened to you guys. You're eating and then you're like, I gotta go to the bathroom, like midway through the meal. And then it's kind of over after that. You can't go back. I mean, you can, but it's not the same. You know? So, Chris, you have something to
add? I can't sanction this. I can't sanction this. You don't eat or drink in the bathroom. You know, like just don't do that. Like it's just generally.
Why is that hard? Why is that hard?
I don't know.
Particles, the airborne particles, they're everywhere.
It's less. It's not even that. It's literally there's an idiom that you don't shit where you eat. Literally, that is that is basic wisdom, like bare minimum, like first grade. Like you should know this.
Chris is like Benjamin Franklin right now with the Poor Richard's Almanac.
It's just, I don't know, like just it seems so antithetical to the human condition that I can't allow this.
Well,
Wow.
and Chris, I got to second you on this, that we can't allow it because coffee so much, and not just coffee, anything that you enjoy, so much of it is based in your sense of smell. It's not 100%, but it is an extremely important factor. So if you're taking a sip of coffee and smelling your own shit, literally, that's going to have a major impact, at least I would feel, on your flavor experience. That just sounds
absolutely. You're gonna get your wires crossed at some point. At some point, you're just gonna be like taking a shit, and you're gonna be like, man, I really want coffee right now. And that's a psycho's existence. That is you need to put yourself away at that point. So just better to avoid the problem altogether. Don't get on the roller coaster.
Yeah, fair enough. Why is it so hard? It's not quite the same, but it's just a similar thing I have where people that eat when they walk, like when they're walking somewhere, they're like eating a bag of chips or they're going in the supermarket. And it's like, can't you wait? Why do you have to eat right now? You're going somewhere. You're going somewhere.
I absolutely eat while I
know
go
you
places.
We've had this argument before. I can't take it.
You never had like you folded up a slice of pizza and like walked to the subway or whatever the hell and finish it by the time you get to the stairs.
I've done those kinds of things, but I definitely have done those kinds of things. But nonetheless, I persist. All right, where am I here? Okay, Nuclear Prostate has just a straightforward one. He says, "Hi boys, do you think it's finally time for Italians to be considered non-white again?" It's an interesting question.
I like what is so unique about this time is my question. Like, why now?
Yeah, I think he's saying that maybe it shouldn't always been that way. You know, it's like righting a wrong. Because I'm Sicilian. We're half Italian, so we're Sicilian, and that's a kind of Mediterranean, North African kind of flair. Like when I think of Greek people, I don't really consider them white either. You know, like they are, but they're not. Like, it's kind of like how I consider. What's a good example? That's not even a good example. I was going to bring like Central American shit up because that's not really good. Because there's all this intermingling.
Well, it's kind of
people and stuff.
White is it's not really like I'm white, but I'm Hispanic also, you know? So like, there's French white and then there's like, it's not really like white isn't really a thing. It's just a color. It's not in the same way that like Asian is a thing, you know? Like it's a very distinct lack of anything. It's very weird. Like I never felt like growing up that I was like, oh, I'm a white person. Like I never felt that way because culturally, like I didn't have that upbringing, you know? Right. It was very, 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 very Spanish. I didn't understand what the hell my grandmother was saying to me. There was, cumbia music playing all the time. It was like very specific food, very specific languages, very specific programming, and all sorts of different things that like if you put me next to somebody who looks close to or near, probably even exactly like me, probably have a very, very different experience growing up. Whereas like I feel like most of my black friends have like a more similar experience growing up than I do with other white people. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's an interesting question, I guess. But like, I guess I'm curious as to what he's really insistent about the Italian thing. I really like that.
It hit home for me because we've sometimes had these conversations. Like in my family, we have, Sicilian people, you would imagine there is a lot of African blood over time in that, and Italian people too, as people cross the Mediterranean and do all those over the generations. But we've had kind of candid conversations in my family where I'm like, we definitely have black in our blood because of just the nature. Like we have like really thick hair on the Italian side, right? That's more Mediterranean. That's more African. That's more, you can see the, like when people say like my I literally can my hair is ridiculous for a white person that maybe should by nature have like straighter hair or thinner hair. And so we just look at things like that. And I wonder, I'm like, maybe like my great grandma or some great grandma or something down the line was like black or whatever. And now
have you ever done that thing where you send your spit into the government?
No, because that scares me. Like that's too sketchy. I've really been interested in doing that, but I would like to do it privately. I don't know if there's a way to do that. It probably would be very expensive, but we've often wondered on the Italian side of my family, like, is there something in our past? And we can discover that, but it's going to go full circle because I'm marrying a black woman. So we're just bringing it back nonetheless. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Nonetheless, again, I persist.
Hard reset.
Exactly right. And maybe that goes back to Nuclear Prostate saying, is it time? Is it time again? You know?
When the Mario movie comes out, you can be considered non-white again.
That sounds fantastic. By the way, you will find this so funny. It's so funny you brought this up. What's the guy Hoffman or not Hoffman? That's in it.
Hopper?
Hopper. Yeah, Dennis Hopper.
Oh yeah.
I just came across a random interview. It was like being circulated somewhere where he said that he signed on and started doing the movie without even knowing that Mario was a video game.
Oh my God.
How? So can you imagine the scenario where this movie was pitched and formulated and somehow got all the way through all of this with the main actor, the protagonist, not knowing it was based on a video game? No. Well, it's so funny, man.
Well, Dennis Hopper was Bowser, I think.
Oh, Bowser. I'm sorry.
Because I think, oh my God, because what's his name? Oh my God.
Leguizamo was one of them, right?
I think Leguizamo was Luigi.
Movie wiki. I'm looking it up for you here. Bob Hoskins.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah. Bob Hoskins, John Leguizamo, and then Dennis Hopper.
Yeah.
And
that's awesome. When was that? What year was that?
1993.
Yeah, so Mario would have only been a thing for like 7 or so years. That's kind of amazing when you think about it.
Well, what's amazing about it is that it's not that he didn't know, it's that they signed him without that ever having been communicated to him. Like how do you go into this meeting or like into this and you're like, okay, so what am I doing? Where does this come from? And the game just never comes up. It never comes up that this is a video. It's just weird. That's the weird part.
That is funny.
It explains a lot, but anyway, you brought that up nonetheless. So Nuclear Prostate, he says it's time for Italians to be considered non-white again. I think that's up to you. Not you particularly, but all of you out there. Am I white? Yes. Is there a part of me that's not white? Probably. Does it really matter? No. Do I like asking myself questions and then answering them?
No.
Yes. Oh, you see?
Yeah.
Oh, see? Left you on your toes a little bit there. Thank you for writing in.
My friends, you all know I'm a big fan of marijuana. The long controversial and increasingly accepted plant has had a lot of interesting uses over the years, some more useful than others, but many of its biggest and most practical benefits are derived from its CBD, or cannabidiol. And I'm here to remind you that my friends at Feels have the very best CBD tincture out there, which you can purchase right now at feels.com/symbols. CBD can help you feel better both physically and mentally. It's truly that simple. My introduction to Feels CBD was when I started using it to help me sleep better. See, Feels CBD tincture is so easy to take that you simply place a few drops under your tongue and wait a few moments for it to begin working. And work it does. For me, it helped me find solid Z's, and it can do the same for you. But there's even more. Feels CBD is also a great tool to help control your anxiety and stress, limit physical aches and pains, and more. And if you become a Feels member, you can get hassle-free deliveries to your door so that you're never without relief at a moment's notice. The thing is, I know Feels works because I've used it myriad times, and I'm confident that there are many, many, many of you out there who can also be helped by it, if only you'd open your minds. That's because CBD can be intimidating, and Feels knows this. That's why they have a helpline staffed by real-life people that can help guide you towards the products and dosages that make the most sense for you. Heck, you can even get Feels' CBD mints if you like to be discreet, but I'm all about that tincture. So start feeling better today with Feels. Become a member by going to feels.com/symbols. That's feals.com/SYMBOLS. And you can get 40% off your first 3 months of tincture with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols to become a member and get 40% automatically taken off your first 3 months with free shipping. Again, that's feels.com/symbols. And now, a word from our longtime sponsor, BetterHelp, which you can learn more about right now at betterhelp.com/symbols. Wellness isn't only something you strive for. It's actually an ever-progressing goal, a state of mind, a way of life. And there are obvious and not so obvious ways we all can and should take care of ourselves. For instance, by exercising, eating right, and getting enough sleep. But when it comes to taking care of our minds, a stalwart ally of a healthy body, a lot of us cut corners or choose to ignore things that would make us better. And here's where BetterHelp comes into play, since it's online therapy that can be conducted over video, audio, or even over chat. By talking about the times in the life of, well, you your experiences, your relationships, your problems. A professional can help you hone in on what works, what doesn't, and help guide you towards a happier, more fulfilling future. See, the very act of being human, of living a human life, means that you're going to experience ups and downs. You'll encounter relationship issues, problems at work or school, sadness, loneliness, and so much more. It isn't a choice. This isn't only you, it's all of us. And it's important that when these downs rear their head, you nip it in the bud. Don't marinate on your troubles. Practice agency and seek to work through whatever's in front of you. I've used therapy quite a bit in my past, and I know it works. And I also know that here in 2022, there's no reason whatsoever for you to get in a car or on a bus or in an Uber and go to an office, sit in a waiting room, see someone, and pay an arm and a leg for the honor. There's no reason therapy can't work just as well remotely. And well, that's just common sense. Listening is listening. Advice is advice. Language is language. And BetterHelp will come to you in a fashion that you see fit and cater to the best ways to deliver therapy. Oh, and BetterHelp is also more affordable than in-person therapy, and once you sign up, you'll be matched with a therapist in 48 hours or less. So what are you waiting for? Sacred Symbols listeners can get 10% off their first month of therapy sessions right now by going to betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS. Again, for high-quality, affordable, remote therapy conducted via video, audio, or even text, head to betterhelp.com/symbols and get started today. Take good care of yourselves, my friends. It's important.
All right, Roger wrote in and said, "What's up, my Solidas? First time, long time. If you had to live the rest of your lives inside a video game, which game or world would you choose, and what would you do to make that world? What would you do in that world? I'm sorry, to make a living. I'm not reading it very well. No special skills, powers, or infinite lives. You go in as you are, a peasant who very much feels pain and can die. Thanks, guys. Keep up the great work." Thank you, Roger, for writing in. Dustin, I haven't heard from you in a while. Where do we go? Where does one go?
This is a very good question. Well, my instant thought was not a game where the likelihood of me being a general NPC is dying. So instantly I thought of living in the Mushroom Kingdom amongst the toads, but I don't know what I would do. I don't know what kind of political system are they. I mean, they kind of have a bit of a communist thing going on. Have you seen a toad with a job before? But they are all happy at the same time.
That's
so whatever system they have going on seems to be working. Everyone has clothes. Everyone is well fed.
Was Toad not at least in Super Mario 3 a close advisor of the king? That was kind of the insinuation, right? He was,
right.
Now, he was always there freaking out, and the king was always transformed into an oddity nonetheless. So I'm not saying he did a good job.
Sure.
You remember you'd walk in, the king was like a snake, and then he'd be fucking freaking out, running around the room. But nonetheless, I feel like he was employed at that time.
Yeah, I think he was employed as well. I don't know. And the thing is now, the kingdom may be in peril. Because when was the last time you heard from the king of the Mushroom Kingdom?
Oh, I don't know.
He's become a recluse, maybe scandal involved. Something
he's like a
that.
George III, where he went crazy late in life, and so we haven't seen him in some years.
Exactly.
What are we talking about? I do not understand.
Living in a video game.
Living in a video game.
Yeah, Chris. What are you? Where does your mind go here? What would you like to be?
I don't know. I was thinking of like the history of certain games, and I was thinking like, oh, Prey sounds pretty cool because that's just an alternate history universe of where JFK didn't die. And so everything's like way nice.
Oh, I don't think I even knew that. That's so interesting.
Yeah, it's super. The actual like story grounding of Prey is like really, really cool.
So wait, the space program becomes crazier?
Yeah, the space program is like a far more important thing going forward.
That's cool. I dig that.
And I think that's kind of cool because it's like all the crazy messed up shit that's happening on the space station in Prey, that has nothing to do with me in all likelihood. If I were to spawn in that existence, I'd just be on Earth with all the people who are just like, wow, look at all the amazing tech we have because of space.
Right.
But
good call.
But I'm also thinking like part of me is like, oh man, more advanced society means there's probably a lot more bureaucracy, and I kind of just don't want to deal with that anymore. And then I was thinking like, ooh, Fallout sounds rough, but I would never have to answer an email again. And that is very enticing to me. I really do feel like I can have a mountain of perilous tasks ahead of me, just things that are completely life derailing, and I'm fine with that. But a small pile of minor inconveniences will set me off in ways that I can't even explain. So part of me feels like living in a world where like there were like mutants running around and like, you know, there's pools of radiation that you have to avoid. sounds rough, but also like, oh man, I would never have to answer a phone and be like, hey, who's this?
Right.
You know, or like
you get that drop in your pit in your stomach when the phone rings.
All of the stress that you would feel would be entirely natural for an animal or like a natural being to experience, and not this like weird, like fake stress that's like completely self-imposed by this completely arbitrary, you know, just courtesies and just etiquette and all this bullshit. So I think I might pick Fallout. Honestly, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the super mutants. Maybe I'll get an extra toe or something. But it's worth it. I think to never have to look at like an endless stream of notifications again.
Rad roach steaks.
Yeah, whatever.
Grilling on the tire fire.
I'll eat whatever, man.
Right on. My answer is Madden. Thank you for writing in.
You suck.
That was what came to mind though, because I just watch football all the time. I could play football. I could coach football. I could be a general manager. You could be one of those two-dimensional people in the stands going up and down like this.
Yeah.
Man, I used to obsess over the crowds as they got better and better, starting with the PS1 era and then into the PS2 era, because it wasn't very good on NES and SNES on these various sports games, but it's still not very good. And obviously, it's cool when they became like individual models as opposed to those like
the flat ones.
Yeah. Anyway, I haven't played. I always think every year I think this, and I'd never do it, but I was thinking about playing Madden this year. It's actually out, I think, or just about to be out, but I'm just like, I don't want to play it. The real thing's right around the corner. Yeah. Kevin G wrote in and said, "Hi CDC, what are your opinions on YouTube clickbait channels? There's a certain friend of the show who has been allowed on your platform just by being a friend of the show." I don't know who he's talking about. That's why I wanted to bring
He's talking about Jimmy and not being very nice about it. But
okay. I understand nepotism is allowed. Nepotism is family. But why don't you guys push back against YouTube clickbaiters when you constantly shit on clickbait journalists? I think that it's funny. This came up behind the scenes, I think, about clickbait. We were debating it, I think, on our Discord, like our staff Discord. And you're right, because you said something, Dustin, that we used to say at IGN, which was people don't know the definition of clickbait, or at least the definition of clickbait has become something else. And clickbait means that you click on something and don't get what it said it was. Clickbait doesn't mean you click on something and get exactly what it was and you don't like it.
Yeah.
Or you click on something and we wish it didn't exist or something like that. That's not clickbait. Clickbait's definition is saying it's something and it being something else. That's what clickbait is. It's not. So when I guess you're talking about Jimmy here, when you're talking about someone like that, what you're insulting is the game, right? Of saying like, these are the parameters of winning the game. Here's how to make a good thumbnail. Here's how to engineer a good title. Although I don't follow those instructions at all with titling on our shows, as you guys can see. I just name them whatever the fuck I want. So that's not clickbait. That's kind of like social engineering.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, there's a difference between just making a good thumbnail that is eye-catching with a title that's eye-catching and it being not indicative of what the video is and just, smart marketing. Like there's so many, I can't even tell you how many articles I've clicked where I expected, like new trailer for this. And I click the article and there's like the trailer's not in it. It's like, well, what the? So this is just about the trailer. Cool. Thanks. Neat. That's not what I was looking for. And that's kind of like, and there's a lot of clickbait like that, but like, I don't know, like I try to name my stuff eye-catching stuff and I try to put ridiculous effort into the thumbnails, but it's not to trick anybody. It's literally just to draw people's eye because it's hard to stand out. That's just the reality of it. You gotta stand out in some way. And as long as you're not lying, I don't see the problem.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think, Dustin?
Well, first of all, I think that if Kevin wanted to say something, he should have just said Jimmy's name instead of beat around the bush like this. But I agree with you guys that, you have to play the YouTube game. And if you deliver the goods, then who cares? It's not like saying, I'm trying to think of an example of here's how to get a free game on PlayStation. And then it ends up being about something completely different. It's never anything like that. And so, yeah, this is the nature of growing YouTube channels and how it works. And we are lucky enough with Sacred Symbols that we don't have to do this. Now, There's
we don't
always
grow.
been.
I mean, on YouTube, like we also don't. The show grows generally. I've told you guys I'm obsessed with the ratio of subscriber to viewer, and our ratio is fucking awesome. On a lot of shows, it gets to like 50%, and so I don't really give a fuck about the subscriber number, but I do think because we don't play into that, the show probably would do better. But I don't want that kind of audience anyway. Or like
Right.
I shouldn't say that. I don't want people to find the show that way. The show's title is usually something weird, or like a song title, like reference, or a reference to something that happened in the show, or a double entendre or something like that.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
But the Xbox show is named differently. Like the Dukes do it differently because they kind of need to do that. And so it's different. I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say there's a lot of just being an editor. There's a lot of back end clickbait that I have to deal with. Specifically, whoever invented the WebP file. Fuck you.
Oh my god, dude. What is that?
I hope that I learn who you are so I can celebrate when you're out of here, when you're off this earth. Because like finding images for thumbnails has never been so tedious. I'll be like, oh man, this is a good image for a thumbnail, and then I'll download it, and then it'll be a WebP file. And I'm like, what the hell is this? It's not even an image, but it is an image. So what are you doing to me?
Yeah,
or those PNGs that aren't PNGs, and they just have like the checkerboard background, and you're like, fuck you, man. Like the back end of just finding assets is such a tedious exercise in patience. I hate it. There's so much clickbait in that
WebP is
regard.
Google. I just looked it up for you.
Yeah. Well, it didn't always used to be. You used to be able to just get images.
No, I recall that. I recall that as well. Those days are indeed gone. As far as criticism of people that are on our shows or whatever, I don't mind that. But people should consider the nature of what they say to others. Imagine, Kevin, if I went to you and I said, oh, you have like this person you associate with.
Nepotism.
That guy sucks.
According to him.
What'd you say?
He said it's nepotism, actually. We have
nepotism is Dagon. That's nepotism. This is different. And it's not even really nepotism. I mean, I guess it started nepotistically with Dagon because I wanted to do a show with my brother, but in fact, he's like the secret weapon of Last Stand. So it all worked out great for us in the end. But yeah, so a little bit of a misnomer, but what I wanted to say about that was it's like these aren't just random people to us. These are people we have connections to. So if you want to be kind, you should probably figure out a different way of saying those things. Because it's not like just some random person. Like, and by the way, a lot of people are on our shows by nature of knowing us. And then we became collaborators later. So things start that way. Hogue started that way. Moore's Law started that way. A lot of people that come on our show started that way.
Me,
not
literally.
Everyone, like Jaffe and people like that, I knew for a long time, but not everyone was like that. We started as collaborators, and they became necessary based on our connection to each other. So that's just the way social networks work. What do you think about when there's a job opening at a place you work? It's like, at least in my head, I used to go through, when I was in editorial, I'd be like, all right, rotisserie people in my head. Do I know anyone that could use this job? That would be good for this job? I mean, isn't that natural?
Yeah.
Stop being mean. Finally, a PSA, Dane Farley wrote in and said, good day, Skippas. I was wondering if you felt the supply chain for PS5s improving. I've gone to my local Walmart twice in the last 2 weeks, and each time they had a different SKU in stock ready for purchase. I know they are still hard to find online, so I wonder if they are just allocating them differently or if they have more stock to disperse through different channels. Thanks, guys. I am hearing this, and I am seeing this. I don't know if you guys are as well. Now, remember, PlayStation released its Q1 fiscal report with only, 2.5 million PS5 sold. However, they didn't change their fiscal year goal for the next 3 quarters combined, plus that first quarter of 18 million sold, meaning they have a lot in the pipeline, and they think that number doesn't need to be adjusted. So that will bear out as you're going to see these things on shelves. So that's great news. Have you guys seen them in stores yet? I obviously don't go to stores, so I wouldn't see them there, but I am seeing the industry people tweet out the PlayStation Direct stuff and the Walmart stuff and all the rest. Dustin, you're nodding.
Yeah.
Affirmatively.
I've not seen one in a store, but at this point, if you at least have some kind of job where you can step away for a few minutes, they're so easy to get on PlayStation Direct. It's to the point where you have to have an active PlayStation account or a one that isn't brand new, because I've used up I have an old PlayStation Network account, my current one, and I had Holly's, and I've bought PlayStations with all of them. So Sony will not sell me any more PlayStations because I have friends that ask me to help them. And at this point, it is just getting super easy. Yesterday, they were available on PlayStation Direct for, I want to say, multiple hours. You could go on and get a Horizon bundle. So I would not be surprised if we're going to start seeing them in stores more regularly.
Yeah, if you hung on this long, now's the time to strike as we near the 2-year anniversary in the fall of this wonderful console. Glad that it's easier for people to find. I know a lot of people are stressed about that. I do wonder. I haven't looked at the eBay listings, but I assume price is coming down. So we will see. All right, let's get into some smaller news items. This is actually a pretty big week. I don't know how long this show is going to go. It might have already bared out if you saw the timestamp, but I want to start with just pointing people towards a story recap for God of War Ragnarok. I don't know if you guys looked into this, but on PlayStation blog, they posted a Felicia Day driven recap of God of War and everything you need to know about 2018's God of War leading into God of War Ragnarok, the sequel coming to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on November 9th. Dustin, what are you thinking? God of War. I mean, I'm kind of keep forgetting this game's coming out. I don't know why that is, because there's nothing coming out and I'm like, oh my God, there's nothing to play. Blah, blah, blah. But sometime in early November, God of War is going to arrive and I'm actually looking forward to it. I mean, I'm not super big on the original God of War, but I know it'll be a very high quality, very fun game. I'm just a little bored of that character, that whatever, the Norse setting's cool, but what do you think?
Yeah, so I saw this and it actually jump-started in my brain that if you want to do a God of War replay, now is the time to do it, because you'll have enough time that it won't feel like you're playing it back to back, which can maybe taint the experience of the second game if it's feeling too similar or something like that. So I actually didn't watch all this recap at all because we'll get into this a little bit. I decided to just play the original game again. So, but it's nice they're doing this for people that maybe don't necessarily want to play the first game again. Absolutely do not just watch this and play the second one. That seems heinous to me. Just play the first. It's so available.
I know, you guys are so annoying when you do shit like that. I hate it. It's like you people that played Final Fantasy VII Remake without playing Final Fantasy VII. Chris. What do you think of this? What's your temperature? I mean, you were really hot on God of War. I mean, this is a game, and a lot of people are. This game was huge.
Yeah.
So but I feel like, I don't know. It doesn't feel. Everything feels different.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just does. Nothing feels the same. Nothing feels right. I can't put my finger on it. Where's your mind at?
I know what you mean. There's like something. I don't know. I don't mean to sound too like, too weird about it, but it does feel like energetically things are just off. Like there's something weird about like just the feeling around these releases that like I don't think was the case originally when God of War originally came out in 2018. I really liked it. I'm looking forward to it. It's just I'm expecting it to be good, and I feel like there's a lot of people expecting it to be like a huge leap, and I'm not expecting that huge leap. And so I guess my hype for it's just very, very tame and very reasonable. I think it's going to be really good, but I'm not counting the days, When it's out, I'm going to be excited to play it. I did watch this recap because it has been a minute, but then as it was going on, I was like, oh yeah, I remember all this stuff. Like it's weird. Like if you played the game and you watch the recap, more of it kind of comes back to you. Like you remember individual parts that she brings up, and then you're like, oh, but then before that, like these little moments happen. It's like, oh yeah, cool. I don't know if I want to sit there and play the game again. It's not a long game, but it's long enough that I feel like I should probably like play other things. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I just feel like it's not going to hit as hard generally as the last one did, because I don't think it's going to be nearly as surprising this time.
Fair enough. I think it'll be to God of War what Forbidden West was to Zero Dawn. And to me, that's pretty good, but it does portend something similar. And I don't know. So I really loved Forbidden West. I think I loved it more than most people, but I'll be going into this with an open mind and an eager mind to play it. in November, of course, we'll be coming off of The Last of Us in early September. And so I'm looking forward to that as well. So yeah, go check out the recap PlayStation blog. The story again is called Story Details You Need to Know Before Playing God of War Ragnarok. If you want to go search for it, it'll be useful for you. Okay. Over here on callofduty.com, they announced that, and this was rumored, I think, but if you digitally pre-order Modern Warfare 2, which comes out October 28th, you can start playing the campaign October 20th. Thought this was pretty interesting. This isn't exclusive to PlayStation like the beta, the multiplayer beta stuff is, like the early access to that. This is available to just anyone that pre-orders it on any platform, so including PS4 and PS5. I thought this was pretty cool, and I was reading some theories on why this is, and I think what they're saying is, at least what people's theories are, and it makes sense to me, is that they want more people to pay attention to the campaigns. It's amazing to me how many people I know that play Call of Duty and don't play the campaigns. And I know we've talked about that in the past, but that's just so strange to me. Like you buy this game every year, every few years, you play it chronically, and you've never just turned on the single player component of it to fuck around with it. That's just so weird to me. So I think people that are excited about it, they're going to be coming off the beta and amped up for late October, and then they're going to be able to get this early. So it's going to manufacture pre-orders. I think this is pretty smart. And I don't know, man, like I feel like lots of games should do this. It gets someone to just buy your game, just put the money down sight unseen, cut that off the day the game comes out so that you can't do it afterwards. And maybe give them a little discount, a little access or whatever, and you get them captive. It's pretty smart. So yeah. Any thoughts here, Dustin?
Yeah, I think this is fantastic just because, like you said, a lot of people do not play or touch the campaign at all. And at least for the last Modern Warfare, the 2018 one, or is it 2019? Anyway, the last one, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I played it all the way through. And so it's nice that there will be this period where it won't necessarily be in the back of your mind, or you don't have to worry about someone wanting to play multiplayer with you. You can just enjoy the campaign for what it is. The only negative aspect, and I saw some people mention this in our Discord, is that if you are a hardcore Call of Duty fan, let's say you want the Steelbook or the Special Edition or something like that, you can't get access to this unless you buy the game twice. So part of me wonders if they could have just released the disc version on that day and then set the servers live later. But I wonder, that might be confusion for a lot of people if they go and buy it and then part of it doesn't work if they aren't aware of this news and stuff like that. But overall, I think it's a solid move. I'm playing it on PC, which is going to be digital. So I will definitely be checking out the campaign on October 20th.
Yeah, I am too. I really feel like it comes out at a perfect time where that kind of entices me as well. So I think I'm going to jump in as well. I've really been thinking there was a time where I played Call of Duty every year, most years, and then that's kind of not been true for a long time. I almost in my mind feel like, oh, I used to do that, but it actually was a really long time ago that I used to do that. So I think sometimes about going back and playing these games, but I don't know if that's really realistic. Chris, are you going to check out Call of Duty early or at all?
I don't know, man. Like, I think we had this conversation recently where it's just like I feel like an idiot every time I jump back in. but I do feel like I am that person though. Like I never really touched the Call of Duty campaigns really ever. I think I finished Call of Duty 4 and then I remember the credits rolled on it and I beat it. I got the achievement. I popped the achievement for it. And I was like, I have no idea what happened at all. Because like the cutscenes in Call of Duty 4 are presented in such a weird way. It's like it's all of these like they feel like loading screens. So you're not exactly like drawn to pay attention. It's like, all right, it's like an overhead graphic of a map and then like a little circular icon going over this thing. And it's like, there's a guy over here. He's going to be shot or something. And you're like, oh, all right. And then it drops you into this level that looks nothing like the map that you saw on the loading screen. And you're like, wow, all right. So I guess I'm here and I got to take that guy out. Who's that? I remember that there's so many deaths in Call of Duty that I'm like, who was that? I don't know what it was, but I just had this pure inability to pay attention to any character or any story that was happening. And it's so unique to those games specifically. I really don't know what it is. So Modern Warfare 2 was like the last one that I touched from a single player perspective. I had dabbled in future ones multiplayer wise, like Black Ops and all that, but I've never been big on the campaign. But the fact that they're releasing it early is interesting to me because it seems to me to display some level of confidence in your single player that normally isn't there. So that's kind of enticing and that's interesting. And that, I don't know. I think I'm probably I'll probably wait, but I have a feeling I might jump in just out of sheer curiosity. I feel like I'm just going to get pulled in at some point, and then I'm going to play it, and then hopefully I'm not left with the same exact experience that I've been left with every time I've tried to jump in previous.
Sticking on the topic of Call of Duty, I wanted you guys to just look at this tweet.
Oh boy.
That I put in. So last week we discussed how there was a blatantly stolen skin from Call of Duty from like some independent artist, and they had to kind of take it off of Vanguard and Warzone. And then they announced another one called the Malware Ultra Skin Bundle for Vanguard and Warzone, which is kind of this skeleton in a hood, very techno hood kind of cyberpunk look. And then someone tweeted at them with a picture of one of these characters, I guess, from Midnight Society, which is Dr. Disrespect's Call of Duty, competitor that they're working on. I'm not really sure the nature of it. However, I don't know that this is a copy. I'm wondering what you guys think. Like it might be, but this is a more generic that panda or whatever or no, it was a dog. That was ridiculous. I mean, that was insane how much of a copy that was. This is a little more generic. Like, I don't even think that the skeleton on the Vanguard one is a screen or like electric at all. Like the screen, the face is like a screen on the Midnight Society one. I can see some of the similarities. Like the Midnight Society one looks like it has like some sort of stealth camo on. This looks like it just has clothing on. I gotta say, I don't know that this is. I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't get them. I don't know. Chris, what do you think? Do you think that this is a copy?
I think it's definitely close enough that you... Look, the sci-fi helmet with the big visor and the skull underneath it as a concept isn't particularly all that unique. Like I remember seeing that in Halo Reach in 2010. That was like the most legendary piece of armor that you could get, was basically this exact thing. No hood or anything. But I know what you're talking about. Like, they're close in design and in theme and in like kind of premise, but they are different enough that I do think you could potentially get away with saying like there's maybe some inspiration. But that last one was just a straight up. I think the negative part about this is that we're comparing it to the last one, which was so blatant. It's insane. Like, everything about that one was the same. The cut of the clothing, the color of the clothing, the type of dog, the color of the fur, everything. Everything about it was basically exactly the same. Whereas this is more of a generic concept that is done in a very, very similar way between both parties. But I don't know if this is exactly... I'm kind of with you.
Yeah, to me, it indicates that they are they've kept it up. So I think that they're just like, no.
Although to be quite frank, though, both of these look like Destiny armor sets.
They look like hunters.
Yeah, they look like hunters.
The hood. That's what I was going to
say. I don't know if this exact helmet is in Destiny 2. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. It's been a while since I've logged in, actually, but this looks like so many of these games look Destiny adjacent. It's kind of shocking, like how pervasive that design element is.
We already have a George.
Yep.
All right.
We have several. In fact.
Yeah, we have Georges galore. We have a George and that weird alter universe George and all the rest. Chris, I wanted to ask you about this, or actually just kind of bring this up and just see what you think of this. Torrent Freak, what the website wrote, cheat seller aim junkies uses subpoenas to fire back at Bungie. So people might remember, and this is relevant to us because Bungie is now owned by Sony and is in the PlayStation family. So we must discuss them. So as people will remember, well, let me even back up further. We talk often about how Bungie is very litigious, and maybe rightfully so. They protect their brand, they protect their community, they protect their IP, all the rest. And they have, I think, found some success in doing this with various peoples in their community. They're obviously going after, I think, criminally, someone who was threatening them and all the rest. And I'd actually like to do an episode with Hogue about that at some point. But one of the complaints that Bungie filed, and this was in 2021, last year, they went after Aim Junkies, which is aimjunkies.com, which is a cheat I guess, assisting kind of software. Not only, I went and actually looked at the website. It's like not only for Destiny, but for many games. And I don't really know the nature of it because I don't play those kinds of games. But they were sued for copyright and trademark infringement and all of these things. And now when you get sued by a company the size of Bungie, especially one as aggressive as Bungie, it's probably very scary. But I wanted to bring this up because if you go look at Torrent Freak or other reporting, they're fighting back. They're not capitulating. And they released a statement that I thought was pretty interesting. They say, in part, Bungie claims that we created derivative works and presents images found on a competitor's site claiming they are our software products. It is our belief our offering of software product was just doing what Steam and countless others do with overlays. The Steam overlay and others like we believe are not derivative works also. We cannot speak to the site, to the plaintiff acquired images, and so on and so forth, because they're basically saying that they're acting as an intermediary between the player and the game, kind of like a middleware. And so they basically retort and say, quote, we believe Bungie and their counsel apparently believe the more shit you throw at the wall, the greater the possibility of something sticking with the court, no matter how ridiculous or absurd it is in the real world. Understand cheating is not illegal, and the game companies want to make it illegal because they cannot govern their own players. They're looking to the courts to do what they, Bungie, are impotent to do on their own, even with vast resources and technologies at their disposal. They would rather suffer death by 1,000 cuts than admit this is not the way to fix the problem. We at Phoenix Digital Group, who own Aim Junkies, have offered to work with Bungie to acquire multiple solutions to their problems. Foremost, we believe we would like to implement our features in a version of their game for distribution, but their pride and bully mentality prohibits them from thinking outside of the box. If they did, would there be a market for our software? It is crystal clear to us why Activision Blizzard spun them off. Our congratulations to them for their acquisition by Sony. Hopefully, wiser minds will prevail moving forward. FYI, Bungie, just a friendly reminder, we do have a First Amendment. End quote. So, Chris, what do you make of this? This seems, in and of itself, not maybe rooted in reality either. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, because this is I mean, just based on the fact that it's a cheat seller and it's called Aim Junkies, I assume that this is a software that implements cheats into games. That is my assumption, and I think that's a fair one, right?
Yeah.
So so like aim bots and like just completely throwing off the competitive playing field and maybe like messing with fire rates and just like fucking with the game in ways that is just not. It's just not a beneficial thing for the overall population of players in the game. Like if this was coming from literally any other software, I think I would probably agree. But the fact that it is a cheating software and I just can't understand the mindset of somebody who would even want to do that in the first place, because it just does ruin the game. I'm just kind of inherently biased against them. Like I don't know. I don't think the copyright claim is necessarily valid. I think that's like maybe like a little silly, but I don't know. I think Bungie could make a pretty good argument that what they're doing is damaging the sanctity of their product. And I think that they would stand a pretty good chance at winning that. I don't think that they're necessarily wrong here at all. Maybe the method by which they're choosing to go after them is a little bizarre. Because again, copyright to me is like, I don't know if that's really valid, but what do you do? I really wish I could understand the people who want to cheat in video games. Like, I just don't understand it. Like, I really can't conceptualize it.
Well, I read this, I pulled it back up on aimjunkies.com. It says, quote, Aim Junkies offers cheats and mods that give a user an improved experience and an advantage over the competition. We offer a long range of different cheats with the best customer service available. Aim Junkies is the first place to go for the best cheating experience. With fair prices that beat the competition, Aim Junkies offers the best value that you can get. From legitimate under-the-radar features that make users look like the best players to all-out rage features to dominate the competition, Aim Junkies cheats allows you to play any way you want, end quote.
It's it's like a gamer's Ashley Madison.
Yeah, no, it's exactly. And it seems like they support a couple of hundred games at least. I mean, I'm just seeing here Apex Legends, Battlefield games. Something that's not on here is Call of Duty, which I would imagine might be what they're talking about, that maybe Activision has somehow figured out a way to stop them from doing this. Although I don't know if that's true or not, or maybe they don't want to court that level of thunder on top of them. However, it's also worth noting, and older gamers will remember this, although I'm sure you guys are familiar with it too, Gloob's Game Genie which was a piece of hardware that you would put into the NES or your Game Boy or your Genesis or SNES or whatever. Then you put the game into the Game Genie and you could use codes to just basically hack and destroy the game. I mean, not permanently, but you can do. So it would come with like a booklet and you would put in certain codes when you put it in the game, and then it would be like infinite lives or whatever, invincibility. Yeah. And Nintendo, as people might recall, Nintendo sued Galoob. It's actually, it was actually, I think it went pretty high up in the American court system. And they were kind of interacting with each other because Nintendo, I think, it actually might have been that Galoob sued Nintendo because Nintendo tried to install or institute some sort of like stay on them being able to use the product. And a court ruled in Galoob's favor that Nintendo couldn't do anything about Game Genie, that it didn't infringe on their rights at all. And I'm surprised, or I wonder if in some way Aim Junkie's lawyers are going to cite that, because that might be their best chance. But to your point, though, Chris, I would imagine that using cheats breaks the user agreements, because like the EULAs that you go in, it's probably
right. That's you know, yeah. It's probably written in user agreements, and also the other thing too to consider is that to me is silly that they would bother suing over people choosing to break their own NES games, because like that doesn't really have any bearing other than like you can't further monetize an NES game out after you've bought it. You know, that's you've already contributed to you can do whatever you want with it. I know you don't technically own your video games or whatever, but for all intents and purposes, you're not really doing any harm to yourself or Nintendo or anybody when you fuck with an NES cartridge with a Game Shark. But in a multiplayer system that kind of depends on, you know, some level of not necessarily equal playing field, but the idea that everybody is operating under the same rules, RNG aside, that does kind of throw off the user experience for other players. And it might actually cause people to, because I know people who quit Destiny because of the cheating. Like, I know that, like I have personal friends who have done this, and it's like, I personally, I don't know, maybe I'm just too good. And I'm just better than cheaters anyway. But I haven't noticed this personally. So like it hasn't affected me, but there are plenty of people who it has affected, and that's a loss in player time, which is a loss in revenue, because that's the less time people spend playing that game, the less chances they're going to engage with the transaction store, the less time they're going to be engaged with the overall systems that compel them to keep playing, that compel them to get deeper into the game and compel them to get the next expansion. There's a lot of arguments you could make, but it might be as simple as the user agreement. I don't think it's 1-to-1 though between the NES and a multiplayer live service system that kind of is interacting with millions of other players at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think that it breaks it for others. You know, you couldn't break, these games didn't connect with each other at all back in the day. And you could use an X band, I guess, but that would be very limited. And so you're absolutely right. And I just think the EULA would just itself say like, you can't do this. But clearly, I'm interested in this because Aim Junkies is clearly pretty big. I mean, they support a lot of games. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what the nature of I've tried to look into who, they don't have an about on their website or anything like that. So I can't figure out exactly who they are or learn more about them. But it seems to me that they're not in the United States based on the English that I just read to you from their website. It just doesn't sound quite native to me. And the English used in the release was even worse from Torrent Freak. So, but I am fascinated by someone fighting back just because I want to know if it works. I'm interested to see how that works. It's fun to watch big companies get punched in the face, but I don't know that Bungie is a traditional big company. They have a lot of goodwill. They have a very popular product, and they want to defend it. So I imagine that this is just going to make them more mad. But we'll have to find out. It is worth noting, by the way, though, to Aim Junkie's point, they did contest the original 2021 filing, and it got thrown out. So they did win. This is a whole new thing. That's why they're saying they're just throwing anything they can against the wall to get them. And they have to defend themselves, because if they find if there's a crack in the armor or a chink in the armor, then all of these other companies now have a way to get them, and then they'd be finished. But there's nothing I've been more positive of than this company not being in the United States. So they're going to be way out of reach for true legal ramifications, I would imagine. Okay, I wanted to just bring this up. Hiroyuki Kobayashi, who is a name I'm sure a lot of you don't know, but he has worked at Capcom for about 30 years as a producer. He was actually a programmer a long time ago, but he was a longtime producer at Capcom, and he's leaving. He announced on his Twitter account that as of August 12th, which is his 50th birthday, he's leaving Capcom as of next year on March 31st after 27 years. Oh, I'm sorry, this year after 27 years, and will be officially joining NetEase, which is a Chinese entity, as we know, as a producer. So another lost Japanese talent to a Chinese entity. Just for people that don't know, Hiroyuki Kobayashi was the producer of Dino Crisis, Devil May Cry, a lot of the early Resident Evil games, weird games like Killer 7. I don't know if you guys remember that. He produced Dragon's Dogma. And you know what his most recent game was? He was the executive producer of Mega Man 11. So big talent, of course, production talent and organizational talent is vital. And he was there during the revitalization, although he was there during the Capcom dark period too. He was there during the entire roller coaster, but that's lost talent. And I just wanted to acknowledge him as he moves on to his new future at a Chinese company. Guys, I wanted to bring to your attention an IGN exclusive, actually, from my friend Ryan McCaffrey. They're putting up this game from a developer called Bonsai Collective called Luna Abyss. And I wanted to bring this game to everyone's attention if they want to check it out, because this game looks like first-person Returnal. Dustin, did you get a chance to check out the introduction trailer? And if so, what did you think?
Yes, I did. And it looks really, really cool. It has a really... I'm trying to think of even how to describe the aesthetic. Just that it takes place in this really weird, abstract environment. Sort of reminded me of this manga I've yet to check out called Blame. So anyone out there, if you've heard of that and seen it, it reminds me very much of that. But I really, really feel like this game has a unique aesthetic. The question I have just is, when you do bullet hell in first person, so much of bullet hell is being fully aware of what's around you.
Definitely.
So I wonder how they're going to pull that off and make it feel natural. But this trailer, man, I was shocked how impressed I was with it and how interested I am overall in this game. So at least go and watch this trailer, because it has a weird, almost like not quite HR Geiger level, like that Xbox game that's coming out, Scorn. It's not quite to that level, but it has some of that, maybe a little bit of cyberpunk, some horror stuff in there.
It's like Alien, like the original.
Yeah.
In terms of it just being very dark with one color, you know, in this case, red seems to be the color. But you're right. That's what I thought of too about the movement, is seeing your character in third person is kind of essential, because it would be like you don't, not that it would quite work, but 2D flat arcade style twin stick shooters that inspired Returnal, or you have to be able to see the character. I don't know how that's going to work either. So I am a little skeptical of that, but I'm still amped up about it, because Returnal seems like it itself has become inspiration for games that will now try to copy it. Chris, what do you think of this game, Luna Abyss?
I think this looks freaking sweet, dude. Like, this looks, I when I was watching this trailer, I was like, all right, let's see what this is about. And at first I was like, all right, this is like a generic kind of sci-fi. And then like you see like these weird like fleshy things with like eyes, and then like there's something about the design here that is really, really striking. I don't know if I've ever seen anything quite like it. Like you said, it's like, it is like Geiger adjacent, but not exactly. There's a lot of like roundness and to the enemy designs, even though there is like still that jagged kind of, I don't know, like I'm really interested in just the way this game looks and just the way it's presented, and all like the focus on even just something as simple as like that. There's one particular alien that looks like an anime alien, but it doesn't look out of place. Like it's just so bizarre. I'm totally into it just from an aesthetic perspective, but obviously the first person Doom kind of bullet hell nature of it, I think is promising. I don't know if necessarily you need a bullet hell to be in third person to work. I honestly feel like there are some elements of Doom Eternal that are very bullet hell. Not exactly in the same way, but you still need to have like very, very acute situational awareness. And that game got by with a really impeccable design. And hopefully they can strike a balance with this, because it would be a shame for a game that looks this good to not play as well as it deserves. Like, it looks gorgeous to me.
Yeah, I'm stoked about it. Seems like Ryan McCaffrey over at IGN has like a new introduction or so every week with a new game over there. Lots of new stuff coming out. So yeah, keep an eye out for this Bonsai Collective. Described as a startup developer, comes for PlayStation platforms, it says, and other platforms as well. So keep an eye out. Okay, I wanted to just talk about this real quick. This went up on PlayStation blog right before we started recording. It's called Vengeful Guardian. Yeah, Vengeful Guardian Moonrider. And it's being described as a sci-fi 90s style action platformer. It looks fucking awesome. And I wanted to just bring it up. If you like Colin style games, your 2D games, your pixel art games, the aesthetic reminds me a little bit of ActRaiser's side-scrolling sections in some way, but it looks so good. I can't wait to play it. Like, it would look right at home on SNES or Genesis. Maybe Strider, a little bit of Strider inspiration.
Oh, yeah.
So check it out. Vengeful Guardian Moonrider, if you're interested in more.
Love Strider.
People wrote in about this news, so I wanted to acknowledge this. Cass Whalen wrote in and said, hey, boys, not sure if you saw this, but EA accidentally listed FIFA 23 Ultimate Edition for what would be $99.99 USD for the equivalent of 6 cents on the Indian Epic Game Store, and they're honoring any purchases. With regards to your recent conversation with an Indian gamer, it looks like the Indian Regiment of the Gamer Battalion finally got a W. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Cash, for writing in. So yeah, this is a pretty cool story, actually, especially because EA is honoring it. So they accidentally published, as you said, FIFA 23, and specifically its special edition, for sale for 4 rupees 80, which is 6 cents USD. And they're going to, I guess, say like, okay, this is what it is. I think that's kind of what you have to do. You're going to just introduce all sorts of problems in your life. I'm sure they don't make that much money in India anyway. FIFA is massively huge, but just wanted to acknowledge that. That's a funny little story. And we're going to talk more about Lord of the Rings later. I was actually surprised that this news came out, considering what we're going to talk about later was already in the works. But Weta Workshop, which is known not only for games, but really more for other things as well, real life things, costumes and collectible items and all of that. They're working to publish a new game set in the literary Middle-earth universe of Tolkien, and it's going to be published by Private Division. Private Division, of course, is owned by Take-Two, and they were the publishers of games like the original Outer Worlds before Microsoft stepped in and bought Obsidian. So that's another game that we might look forward to as well. And then, Dustin, I was curious what you thought of this one. This was over on Gamatsu. Square Enix Collective to publish fairy tale horror RPG Little Goody Two Shoes from Pocket Mirror developer Astral Shift. I liked this. I don't know if people saw this. I thought this was really cute. On social media, Square Enix's account was taken over, in quotes, by this random character named Elise from this game that the Square Enix Collective is publishing from outside of their walls called Little Goody Two Shoes. And people should go look into this because I think it's a really cute idea and silly idea for them to kind of get some attention. The game itself looks really good, and I'm wondering if you have anything to say about it.
Yeah, so I will say that this game is leaning towards the anime style that I don't like as much. And I know this may come off as a little hypocritical as a One Piece fan, but the eyes of the characters are just a bit unsettling for me. But overall, and I kind of also like, it shows there's some gameplay sections where the characters have their portraits, which have the big eyes that I'm not really too big of a fan of. But then also, I think that the characters within the game, their proportions is a little odd, but that's not necessarily a reason why I wouldn't play it at all, but it definitely looks a little interesting. I saw an anecdote here that someone responded on Twitter that this is a prequel or sequel to a game called Pocket Mirror. It's related to, I don't know if anyone's heard of this game, Pocket Mirror. I just found it on Steam. Maybe that's not true. I don't know. I just saw it. But overall, pretty crazy for them to give their whole account over to this small game for a little bit. But you can keep an eye on it for sure.
Yeah, I dig the entire notion of doing kind of guerrilla marketing like that. And finally, this is over at Nintendo Everything, but Avatar: The Last Airbender Quest for Balance has been spotted on Amazon Japan. It was spotted for Switch, but presumably it will come to everything. And indeed, I think the Amazon Japan link, which is no longer there, had said as much. So keep an eye out for that if you're into Avatar. I know a lot of you are. We did knock back episode 200 was Avatar season 1, which was like our most requested topic ever. People ask if we're ever going to get into season 2. I say probably not. But thank you anyway. All right, guys, let's get into what we're playing. Dustin, let's start with you.
Sure. So I'm still playing Mega Man Legends 2. Not too much to update other than there's a section of this game where you go into a dungeon that's underwater. And so their idea for this was to make it like you move slowly in the water, right? But the way they achieved this was I think they just slowed the game speed down by half and made everything 15 frames per second. And it is so incredibly annoying. And it was a weird situation playing it just because I remember hating this section of the game when I was a kid, but I forgot about it overall until I entered it, and it instantly, this dread came over me. I thought, oh no, not this underwater section of Mega Man Legends 2. So anyone out there, if you've played this, let me know if you also hate that section. But the more important thing that I'm playing right now is I am replaying God of War 2018. And I originally was going to just replay it on PlayStation 5 because they have that patch where you can get the higher frame rate. But I thought this would be a good opportunity to check out PlayStation on PC, which I've already checked out a little bit of Days Gone, but not God of War, not Spider-Man. So I thought this was the proper time. And first of all, the PC port is absolutely excellent. There's a lot of different features that you can make the game look even better. For me, though, the big aspect is playing it at even higher frame rates than 60. So I have it kind of mixed somewhere in the middle where it's not a full 120 FPS because I still wanted to play in 4K and have higher settings, but it's much higher than 60. So I'm usually floating somewhere between 100 and 110 frames per second. And it looks fantastic. Just absolutely a job well done with this port. And I'm really excited to also try it on my Steam Deck. I have it installed, but I haven't tried it yet. So that's kind of an interesting idea to be able to play that game portably. But overall, I'm having a great time playing it again. It's just, I feel like I forgot in some ways how solid the combat is in this game. The first time I threw and recalled the Leviathan axe, I remembered, yeah, it's obvious they put a lot of work into just that one little mechanic, since it's a mechanic you do over and over and over again. I feel like some of the writing isn't holding up as well to me the second time. I was telling Ben just the other day, there's a part where at the beginning, Kratos wants to touch his Atreus's back, like comfort him. And then he kind of pulls his hand away, and it feels kind of an impactful moment. And then they do it again within an hour of gameplay, an hour and a half. And it was so much less impactful the second time that I was shocked, first of all, that I didn't remember that. And in some ways, I feel almost like Kratos is too flat in some points. Like, I get his aspect of being the tough and gruff guy, but it almost feels unnatural at some points. But maybe that's just me, and I know he kind of opens up as the game goes on. But like I said when we were talking about the recap earlier, I wanted to play it now just because it's the perfect time where you can replay it, and then it's not like you're going to play the sequel directly after, because I've done that before, and it's not really a good idea to just go from the first game directly into the second game. So it's been cool. I'm excited to be playing through it again, and it's been cool on the personal computer to do so.
Cool, man. We'll talk more about PlayStation on PC in a little while during the news. Chris, I want to throw it over to you, and I want to do so with a letter from Bright Lindquist, who says, "Hey, fellas, I have a new obsession, and its name is Rollerdrome. I've been a fan of Roll 7 since the early days of Ollie Ollie on Vita, and I think this might be their best game yet. It's also the only PS5 game I've played thus far that doesn't annoy the hell out of me with its use of the DualSense speaker. In fact, I find it kind of essential to have that little bit of extra feedback when I'm almost out of ammo." And then he says, does the speaker drive you guys crazy, or have you turned it off completely? I typically try to turn it off when the game uses it, but sometimes games don't let you. So I remember Killzone Shadowfall on PS4 was one of those games. Fucking annoying as hell. So Chris, I know you're playing Rollerdrome. I saw that you were streaming it, and it says here you're playing it. This game
Yeah.
we've been talking about for quite a bit because it looks so fucking good. So tell me what you think of this game from Roll7.
Man, I am genuinely surprised at how good this game feels to play. Like just moving around. I feel like that is honestly the most important thing for a video game for me. Like it's the first hurdle that a lot of games kind of fumble with a little bit, and sometimes they make up for another area. Sometimes whether it be story or sound design or maybe combat feedback, whatever have you. But like just the simple joy of moving throughout an environment in the way that Spider-Man was enjoyable. Like just that feeling of wow. Every moment that I play this game, if I am moving forward, I am enjoying myself. That's what this game feels like. And it's this awesome mix of Tony Hawk and Jet Set Radio and Twisted Metal. It's such a good combination of designs that I'm kind of surprised we didn't get anything like this sooner. Like it's not a particularly complicated game. It's not like this game couldn't run on the PS4. I mean, this game could run on the PS3. And I'm kind of surprised that it took us this long to get a game like this because it works so well. Like emptying your clip into an enemy and like killing them and them kind of exploding into these health things that you pick up and like doing tricks to reload is just so. It's just such a smart way of doing resource management in a game like this. It reminded me a lot of. Not in game feel, but in design philosophy of Doom Eternal, where everything contributes to you being able to do something with something else. Like the glory kills give you health that allow you to push further into combat. The chainsaw gives you ammo. Lighting enemies on fire gives you shield. Like all of these different things feed into each other, and it's just a joy to play. Like the reflex time, like the bullet time mode that you can go in. You can even like slow the game down if the game's too fast for you, which is like really cool. I'm really feeling this game. Like this is one of the best out of nowhere games that I think I've played in a really, really long time. A really solid, just a really solid outing from this developer. I never actually played Ollie Ollie, but I'm curious to kind of go back to it now, just because this is so good. I'm only 4 arenas in. I don't know how many arenas there are. It does this thing where you have to get a certain amount of. You have to complete a certain amount of. It's like Tony Hawk. You have to complete a certain amount of challenges within the level to kind of like cumulatively unlock the next thing. And I do think the tutorialization is a little bit odd because I feel like the first tutorial in the beginning is fine enough, and then it kind of like puts you into the game, and then you go back to another tutorial to teach you how to do other things. But by the time you've gone into that tutorial, you've kind of already fumbled enough with the buttons that you kind of know how to do those things naturally anyway. So I do think the onboarding process, like the start, is a little bit off as far as like a pacing thing goes. But this is a really, really high recommendation for me. Like I'm playing it on PC because it's the easiest for me to stream, and I just really wanted to stream it. Very difficult to talk while playing that game. That is a very skill oriented, like your focus at all times kind of game. But I bought it for $20 and I do not regret that purchase at all. It is really, really good. Highly, highly, highly recommend it.
I feel like Roll7 is quietly become one of the most consistent teams in games because, as I said, Private Division is their owner now, and they're in Private Division's first party, so they're a Take-Two studio, but they're in England, and they were one of the first really big supporters of the Vita. Ollie Ollie was a Vita game, and Ollie Ollie 2, Ollie Ollie came out in 2013. Ollie Ollie 2 came to Vita in 2015. They were also released elsewhere as well. But both of those games are very, very well regarded. I didn't play them because it's not really my kind of game. But they also did the kind of less well-received game, Not a Hero. But they did that 2018 game on PS4, Laser League, which people really liked as well. And then Ollie Ollie World came out earlier this year and is supposed to be superb. So I don't know where the fuck these guys came from. I don't know. I mean, I know where they came from, but they've quietly just been delivering. I feel like Rollerdrome is going to be a Game of the Year competitor. I have not played it yet, but the way people are talking about it, it's on my list. I'll talk about why I haven't played it yet in a minute, but go on.
No, it does feel. That's what I was thinking when I was playing it. I was like, "Is this a game of the year Like, is this?" Because I had to like stop myself because I'm like, "This is a very simple game. You know, it's not particularly complicated. It's not this earth-shattering revelation of design or anything. But like, it's just it feels so good that it was one of the first things that I was thinking about when I was playing. I was like, this might be I was thinking about all the things that came out this year, and there's some pretty great stuff, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this firmly in there just from the short period of time that I've been playing it. Just like it just feels great to play.
Dustin, I want to go back to you. It's a rare move because usually we go one to the next.
I'm glad you put this in here.
We're playing, but I had to do it because I heard you were instructed to be better, and that's always the best piece of advice to get on Twitter. So Angel De Jesus wrote in and said, "Hello, CDC. So I downloaded the trial for Rollerdrome. I went to cook and take a shower, sat down to play, and was greeted with, 'You have 35 minutes left.' I thought Sony had changed this so the timer wouldn't start until you open the game application. So I still bought the game. I thought my 35 minutes were enjoyable. But what gives?" Now, Dustin, I saw you complaining about this and then some people telling you you were wrong. There's nothing better. And I really try to be cognizant of this, especially with PS5, which seems to be broken in so many different ways for so many different people, that when someone says something is wrong, I just believe them. But when I don't understand the people that try to just protect corporations no matter what. I can't be me. It's kind of, did you see that tweet, dude, the tweet from Mitch Dyer last week about about marketing assets or something like that? Mitch Dyer used to be a journalist, and he works as a games writer at some Canadian studio now. But he was like earnestly saying like, stop, be better. Don't make fun of the gaming marketing assets.
Oh, don't make it was about Forspoken.
Right. Oh, come on.
It probably literally was referencing Chris's, maybe, or at least
it's
one
so,
like it.
Oh, there's a bunch of them going around, but I just thought that was so cringy. I'm like, oh my God. No, we cannot talk about corporations like that. I don't give a fuck about what your marketing is. Understand that. We should have a permanently adversarial relationship with major corporations. Doesn't mean we can't buy things from them or utilize them or even appreciate or like them. It means that we should always distrust them and their motives and never say things like, don't make fun of marketing assets, because that's insane. That's just insanity. I don't care.
That reminded me of like this article from either The Verge or like, I can't remember. It was one of those like websites a long time ago when that This Is America Childish Gambino music video came out. It was like very like politically charged, like really like culturally impactful. It was a great video also. Yeah. But there was this article that was like, stop making memes out of This Is America. And I'm like, what do you...
And then it's just, when do you think it's going to happen?
Yeah, like there's
when
more,
you say something like that.
You're just you are making more of them when you do that.
That's what I fear is going to happen with I thought it was funny. I mean, I understand why people are offended by it per se, but with Spider-Man on PC, when someone went in and modded all of the gay pride flags out. Yeah. Which is I don't know. I think that's funny, but that guy apparently got banned. I just feel like now more is going to happen. You know,
no,
like
absolutely. Yeah. It's a pure Streisand thing where it's like, dude, like, it's incredible. It's funny to me because it's so petty.
Right. Exactly.
I really can't imagine being so bothered by what amounts to maybe like 0.003% of a video game that I would go in and change a flag.
I'm so glad you said that, Chris, because that's exactly what I want. I couldn't put it in words. We worry about the intent of the joke being funny. I don't give a fuck about that at all. The outcome is what's funny, and the intent is what's accidentally funny because his intent was that he was offended. So I'm so glad that you put that in a word.
Yeah, no, it's an offended thing to do, to go in. Like I would not. I can't even get to tell you how little I care about that. But that was another thing where it's like they wrote this huge article about it, where it's like, oh, look at this mod, and then like of course the mod exploded in popularity because it would have just died on the vine if it was just left alone.
So now it's going to be like the next person's going to put in like swastikas or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it's horrible. Dustin, go on.
The game was localized in the Middle East, wasn't it? Did it release there? Because surely that means that they had to make the mod themselves at some point. I'm not for sure about that, so I don't want to.
I saw some different reports that were like, "Oh no, he just activated the Middle Eastern version of it," but like I don't know how valid that is. And either way, both of those are just far too much effort for me to, you know what I mean? Like it's all of it is so much.
Dude, the Middle Eastern stuff during Pride is so funny when people put
The
like
Twitter
pictures of
accounts.
all the Twitter accounts,
Yeah.
and all of them have the gay pride flag except for the Middle Eastern one. That's the best.
Yeah.
Love that shit. But that's the complexity of the globalized market that we live in today. Now, Dustin, I'm curious. So,
Yes.
how did you feel about that? Is there anything? This is why I just don't even deal with anyone anymore. I don't even put myself out there anymore, because you when you tweet anything or put anything on social media, you have to prepare for the pedantic bullshit that comes back to you. And that's why I'm just like, no, I'm just not going to do that anymore. So I saw it coming to you, and I know how frustrating that is, because I know that this is a real bug that other people have experienced. And then lo and behold, we've gotten written into as well. And like, I know it's a bug. It's 35 minutes. It's 35 minutes for everyone. It doesn't matter if it took 25 minutes or longer or less for it to actually download. There's a bug in play, and I understand that. But again, we don't need to protect and shield the corporation at all costs. So tell me about your experience here with this.
Yeah, so it's so funny to me, just because there's a couple different angles. There's some people that acted like my experience was invalid and that I didn't do enough research, which is ridiculous, because all you need to do is do a quick Google search or a Twitter search and see that I definitely was not the only person that this happened to. Second, there were some people that tried to defend Sony saying, oh, it's a bug. They weren't trying to rip you off. I'm sorry, I do not give a fuck if it is a bug. The reality is we pay extra for this service, and the premium service. And week after week on this show, I've been talking about how they have not included any additional PS1 games. And the games that they did add to the classic library were not anything that most people wanted. And now the other big feature is the ability to do these game trials. And sure, the other game trials for the most part have worked without issue. But this game in particular was special because this is one they actually put some marketing saying, hey, this is going to have a trial at launch. I remember seeing tweets about it. And guess what? It doesn't fucking work at launch. And so, yeah, it's a little annoying when you're paying for the highest tier and the features you're paying for aren't working right. So I don't care if it's a bug. And now I've also heard that, oh, well, it might not be Sony's fault. This might be a developer end thing. Why isn't Sony checking? If you're putting marketing into this trial, make sure it works. So the whole interaction, I knew that there would be people that would try to act like what I was saying was invalid or not true, but I was so confident in myself that it was fun for me. Every once in a while, it's fun to stir things up in a way that actually makes sense. I knew this was a thing that was happening, and so the main point is, Sony, your premium service, you continue to fall on your face. This is just another example. If you're going to have people pay this amount extra, make it work and add the stuff that people want. That's it.
I totally understand. I'm annoyed by that stuff too. Again, it's why I just don't communicate with that. And when we've talked about ad nauseum on the show about PS5 in particular, I just feel like there are so many random problems with it that indicate deeper issues that now this is more of a network issue, but generally speaking on the hardware front, for instance, Ben's issues with Returnal, where it just would not play on his machine no matter what happened. Like, that sounds insane when you think about that. It's like, what are you fucking saying? A first party game doesn't work on your, well, it was a second party at the time, but a first party game doesn't work on your PlayStation. That's nonsensical, but it's actually true. And so when unbelievable things like that happen, why wouldn't Roller Drone be broken like this? And why wouldn't people's first instinct, Dustin, be, and to your point, like, well, yeah, okay, that it's broken and it needs to be fixed. Fix it. We should expect better. All right. As far as I'm concerned, I'm still playing Cyberpunk 2077. I really want to play Roller Drome. I'm also probably going to play Saints Row. So those games, and Saints Row, I think, comes out soon, like this week, I think, from when we're recording, or if not next, like this week from when this goes live for everyone.
Right.
And I know some people that have been playing it behind the scenes, and they'll have more to say about that soon. But I want to just get through Cyberpunk 2077 first and just be done with it. I'm 65 hours in, and I can beat the game at any time now. I'm just cleaning up all of this stuff that I need to do, all the many fucking hundreds of redundant missions that you have to do in the game. But it's still really wonderful, and I've seen it this far. I got to see the platinum through. I got to just do it. And so once that's done, probably Saints Row will be next, and then, but maybe Roller Drome makes more sense because we're only 14 days away from The Last of Us, and I'm definitely going to play that day one. So I don't know. Things are starting to happen. We're trying to get Cyberpunk out of the way. Nothing really new to add on that, though. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say the good thing about Rollerdrome is that it's not a particular. It's not a story. You know what I mean? Like it really is just kind of like this feel oriented game. So you can just. It's a very manageable game to play like in between other things, or even just for like 10 to 15 minutes a pop. So like
yeah, I think Returnal is like that too. I am a little worried about my skill set like atrophying if I don't play it consistently, but we'll see. It's supposed to be fun, like you said, and you're enjoying it, and I think it looks just phenomenal. So that's definitely going to be on the list. I a rare wish list use for me to make sure I remember it on PlayStation. So, all right, that's all for what we're playing. Let's get into the news. I actually have an A and a B before we even get into the 1, 2, 3s of it all. I don't know if you guys saw this, but after we started recording, Helldivers 2 leaked. And so it's just a brief snippet of the trailer. I'll send it to you guys in the chat here. I should have done that earlier. I'm sorry. Here you go. And we know Helldivers 2 is coming. It's part of the NVIDIA leak. The original Helldivers was created by a second-party team to Sony, Arrowhead. Presumably, Arrowhead is also working on this game as well. It's clearly real. I mean, it's not been confirmed yet, but between the NVIDIA leak and the nature of what you're going to see on the trailer with the PlayStation Studios logo and the Helldivers logo and all that, it's obviously real. So who knows when this is going to be revealed? Presumably percolating in the ether is a September event. Push Square, the website notes that Sony said it won't be at Gamescom, which is happening. We'll discuss that next episode. So it looks like Helldivers 2 is going to be here. We have nothing to go on other than this trailer, though. But I think it's pretty real, or pretty obviously real. I don't know if you guys agree. So that's A. And then B, I heard from a reliable source, and I'm just handing this off. This source has been right about other things for me in the past. So I just wanted to pass this along. I have no other details other than this, but hearing that Project Rift Assassin's Creed game is called Assassin's Creed Mirage. So we'll see if that ends up being the case or not. But hearing the official name for Project Rift is Assassin's Creed Mirage. See if that plays out at some point. All right, now let's get into the news as I've written it here. And we'll begin with number 1. There's great mystery surrounding Sony's future portfolio of games, particularly outside of first party, although information is scarce, full stop. But thanks to some enterprising internet research, we may have an idea of a team that's working with Sony in such a capacity. First, a note on terminology. The term second party denotes a project that's paid for and owned by an entity which doesn't own the team making said project, and is typically reserved for use with the first party teams, although developers can be so-called second party to outside publishers too. So this would be a PlayStation published game from a team it doesn't own. Past examples of such games include the Resistance trilogy, all of the Ratchet & Clank games until the last one, Spider-Man, Death Stranding Until Dawn, The Order 1886, and so on. Of course, Insomniac has since been purchased. In this case, the team in question is a new one that you likely haven't heard of, called Ballistic Moon. As relayed by website Gamatsu, connecting the dots was easy enough if you knew where to look. The developer's official LinkedIn page notes it's working on a game, quote, with a world-leading publisher, end quote. But if you then triangulate some motion capture images shared on the team's social media with the actress who's in some of those shots, you'll find a now-edited resume indicating that the game in question is actually called Project Bates, and that it's being published by Sony Interactive Entertainment. This is all we have to work on, but on Ballistic Moon's website, there are 3 key people listed: creative director Neil McEwen, technology director Chris Lamb, and production and business director Duncan Kershaw. Both McEwen and Lamb come from one-time Sony second-party partner Supermassive, which is responsible for Until Dawn, amongst others. Indeed, Neil McEwen's last game was as director of Supermassive's PSVR exclusive Bravo Team, which launched in 2018. But before moving into creative, McEwen worked for years as a producer and spent a lot of time in EA's Harry Potter universe in particular. While Lamb's track record, as far as I can tell, is virtually non-existent, the business-minded Kershaw has a ton of experience in licensed games in particular. It's unclear what their game will be therefore be, but the UK-based team did tell UK-based publication MCV in 2021 that it quickly found a publisher for its idea. Well, unless this actress completely made things up, which she, I'm sure, didn't, that publisher is Sony, and we await an announcement. Turd Ferguson, our old friend, wrote in and said, hey, CDC, it was reported this week that a new studio, Ballistic Moon, is working on a AAA PS5 exclusive. The studio appears to have quite a few former Supermassive staff. Do you think this game will be Until Dawn or a sequel? Also, do you think this could be another Haven situation where Sony acquires the studio eventually? A lot to go on here. Dustin, let's go to you first. What do you think here about this Ballistic Moon announcement? Clearly a second-party game, Project Bates. Now, people can go look at the evidence themselves, but it just indicates to me that this isn't made up. This woman put it in her resume as the studio and Sony Interactive Entertainment. It's not like you don't just make that up. It's not just made up and it's removed now. It's stricken. So I think it's obviously real. The question is, what is the nature of this? And people are kind of connecting it to Supermassive and thinking it's an adventure style, narrative game.
Sure. Well, the first thing that I thought of, if we're in the vein of horror, let's say we're looking in that direction. The first thought I had was maybe this is a Alfred Hitchcock Psycho related project because it's the Bates Motel.
Right.
And so that would be kind of an interesting avenue to do an Until Dawn style game in the style of Alfred Hitchcock. That actually, now I say it out loud, that actually sounds very, very cool. But yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily if we have enough to go off, but I'm just thinking about Project Bates. What could that possibly mean? Like, what other things could it reference other than that? I don't know. But
it seems so obvious, though. Like, I agree with you, but it's so on the nose. Usually your project name is not supposed to indicate what it is necessarily, or it's supposed to very vaguely, like in ways that you wouldn't understand until you knew what it was. And so maybe that I just don't. Bates is. It's funny, when I first saw it, I was thinking of the character Bates in Downton Abbey. Then I immediately went to the hotel or the motel. So, Chris, what do you think this could be? We have some stirring in the second party, perhaps, from Ballistic Moon, Supermassive developers, and Supermassive's obviously gone on their own way now. They're with Nordisk, but they're working with Bandai Namco and doing their own stuff, and they did The Quarry, so Sony lost them. Until Dawn is still the best of that bunch, so it could be possible they want to replicate that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if it's like you said, I feel like the code name's a bit too on the nose if it's actually anything to do with Bates Motel. Like it actually is. If it actually is even anything remotely Bates Motel oriented, then that's kind of like a bad sign for the creativity of the team working on it. But
it could be, by the way, it could just be a reference to a horror game that's being made in a hotel.
Or
right?
it could, yeah. I mean, it could be any number of things, really. Like I do think, I would imagine that it would be more of a Supermassive style, linear is not necessarily the right word, but very cinematic focused kind of horror experience based on choice. Like, I don't imagine it's going to be based on, I don't think it's like Until Dawn 2 or like, I don't think it's going to be like a licensed property. Like, oh, hey, this is like the Alfred Hitchcock's, this game. But I do think maybe they're kind of approaching maybe the psychological thriller aspect of it instead of just kind of traditional monster stuff. That could be interesting. It could be interesting to have a horror game that has no supernatural elements at all. Like that's kind of what this says to me, very lightly. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we have no way of knowing. It really is just the news itself that
it exists.
It exists. Project Bates, second party PlayStation game from Ballistic Moon, Supermassive guys that spun off, and that's all we know. But it's happening, and I just refuse to believe that that's a mistake. So it's not a mistake. All right, let's move on to number 2. For the first time seemingly ever, we've been given a look into Sony's mysterious first party studio, the Japanese-based Team Asobi. As you may already know, Team Asobi was technically founded in 2012, but only assumed the mantle of a true first-party team after PlayStation 5 launched. Asobi is responsible for the PS5's bundled-in game, the wonderful Astro's Playroom, and was actually incubated within now-defunct Sony Team Japan Studio, not unlike that game company was with Santa Monica Studio back in the day. With Studio Japan being dissolved last year, Team Asobi has taken its spot on the roster, and Astro's Playroom was technically its third project. It also created the 2013 PS4 bundled-in game The Playroom, which was altered for PSVR in 2016, as well as what many consider to be PSVR's best game, 2018's Astrobot Rescue Mission. So now to the story. In an extensive interview with website GamesIndustry.biz, Nicolas Doucet, the studio's director, gives a bit of insight into what the team is doing and how it's operating. He notes that the team, currently at 60 heads, will be increasing to 100 in short order. He said in part, quote, "We have a current production, and that's going fine. But we want to have another group for R&D, and we want to have enough in this group to explore as many areas that are interesting and to potentially start other projects," end quote. In other words, Asobi has one game in the oven with potentially more on the way concurrent to it. But what's perhaps most interesting is that Sony seems to have put no real constraints on the team. Quote, "We're not giving ourselves any limits. If good people want to join Team Asobi, then we will begin to talk to them. There is always stuff to do. There are always new projects to begin. We are not limited by any money or time. If we could double the studio just like that, we would find work for everybody," end quote. Dusay later outlines Asobi's structure, which keeps about 90% of its team on the current project, while the other 10% works on stuff outside of it, including focusing on new ideas and technologies. Interestingly enough, this team constantly rotates so that everyone does both tasks, and they are enamored with the DualSense, which should come as no surprise to anyone who has played Astro on PS5. Also interesting is that Asobi is 25% foreign, which is incredibly rare, if not totally unheard of in Japanese development. Dusay himself is French, but has long been involved in Sony's peripheral support going all the way back to PlayStation 2's iToy. Yet they want to remain Japanese in style and feel. Quote, "We want to make sure that when people play our games, that there is a feeling, and you can't quite put your finger on it, that it's made in Japan. This perfection of controls really runs through the veins of Japanese game developers. It's been that way forever. There is something unique about moving a character in a Japanese game. The feeling that you have, the pleasure that you take. I look at developers like Platinum Games. When you play Bayonetta, that movement is perfected. They're second to none on that perfectionism. That's the local culture," end quote. Okay, so Dustin, let's go to you first. This is just interesting insight into what's going on at Asobi and their structure, their growth. 60 or so heads, moving up to 100 with, I don't want to say unlimited, but seemingly unlimited funds at their disposal if they want to make a game. It's big and makes a lot of sense of why Japan Studio was folded, because they're going to need all that money for Asobi, I guess, and that potential of headcount. Oh, do you make anything of what was said here?
Yeah, I think that game they're making is a PSVR 2 launch game, and it's probably Astrobot Rescue Mission 2, if I had to guess, just because that was one of the biggest games for the last VR headset that they did. And so clearly there is so much potential with Astrobot as a character and as a franchise that it's a no-brainer to me for them to at least make this VR game and then maybe even make a full platformer just for the PlayStation 5 with him, just because so many people have been into I guess he's had 2 games, and then he was also part of, or at least those little robots were part of the application that came with the PlayStation 4 camera. I can't remember.
That was also Playroom, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was just called the Playroom. So it's interesting, though, that we saw Sony shut down Studio Japan, and now even though it's not quite the same, it feels like they're rebuilding it through Team Asobi. And maybe that was a move where Studio Japan was just getting bloated and they needed to kind of rebuild from the ground up. And it seems like they have a lot of money to not only bring in new people, but to do new projects. And so obviously we've been very tough on Sony for the closure of Studio Japan, but I guess in a silver lining, maybe Team Asobi is kind of what rises from the ashes of that.
Yeah, I mean, it literally has. I think much like Santa Monica, I think Japan Studio was getting bloated. When you think about the PS3, PS4, Vita era, early PS4, and then Vita and PS3 era for Santa Monica, they were incubating so many games through XDev out of Santa Monica, many of which were irrelevant. And I think they started. Well, you did get that game company, and you did get the Unfinished Swan, and you did get games like that, but you also got games that no one played. We were talking about Hohokum the other day. That was one of them. Doki Doki Universe was another one. Bound was another one. There was just Fat Princess Adventures was another one. So just a bunch of them. So they scaled that down, and I think they just did the same thing to Japan Studio, which makes some sense to kind of try to focus. And then there's no reason to have all these games in development at the same time or incubating them. There's just no need on the current market to have that. What do you think, Chris? What do you think about the future of Asobi? And actually, let's throw Adam Razek's question to you. He says, "Hello, gentlemen. With all the attention that Team Asobi has been getting very recently with things like a new YouTube video touring their studio and multiple articles written about them, do any of you think they're gearing up to reveal their next game sometime soon? It's been almost 2 years since Astro's Playroom, and we're getting closer to the launch of PSVR 2, so he's of Dustin's mind. He thinks it's plausible that an announcement is imminent. This unknown event is probably the place where we would see many of these games, but what do you think about the future of Asobi and what they're doing and how they're scaling and the nature of Japanese games and their importance to the PlayStation?"
I mean, I think Dustin's right. I think that's likely what's going to happen. as far as Astro's Playroom 2 or whatever they're going to call it. I feel like there's going to be some big VR game that Team Asobi's working on. It might not even be Astro. I don't know what the hell it is, but it could be. They know that machine well, and they have a lot of practice in that field specifically. And this just seems to me like maybe they're putting feelers out there. Maybe like they're trying to attract talent. I really don't know. It doesn't seem like they have this closed door policy. They just sort of like want people to come in to work for them. And they say like, oh, Japanese game development's a huge inspiration to us. But like, there's clearly no, like, it's not like you have to be it's not like they're closing the doors to anybody who isn't Japanese. So I feel like this is partially maybe to attract some interest in maybe people like, hey, maybe I want to work at a place like that. At the same time, I do find it very, very funny that they shut down Studio Japan to strengthen a studio that wants to emulate Japanese games. I think that's a little. There's like a little comedy in that to me.
Totally, I agree. I also think he's if you read the article, he kind of speaks out of both sides of his mouth a little bit. That's kind of such a shitty thing to say. This is not important, so it's fine. But the studio is 25% foreign. He says that they work in all English and that in Japanese, and they switch back and forth, so people need to know both languages. Mm-hmm. It doesn't sound very Japanese to me, but that's okay. I mean, we are making a Japanese style role playing game, and I would bet it's indistinguishable to the normal person from what is actually made there. Yeah. And so it could be the same thing. You know, you could be inspired by that, just like you could become a chef of Asian cuisine or something. You know, absolutely.
There will always be a hint of sadness whenever I think about Studio Japan, just because Shadow of the Colossus is so good, and it's just one of those games that is so important to me that I don't think Asobi really has contributed anything on that level. But at the same time, as far as the marketing perspective goes, that those robots are very popular apparently, and they do very well for the PlayStation. And to their credit, that pack-in platformer that they made for the PS5 was pretty damn good. Yeah, it was awesome. It was way better than I thought it had any real reason or right to be. So maybe they do have some genuine greatness within them, but I feel like I'm still waiting for Team Asobi to make something that is impactful to me, and I don't know if that's ever going to happen outside of just making something that is surprisingly good. You know,
I must say that I disagree with Dustin in the sense that I would like to see them do something else. I know that they're probably going to keep doing Astro. I just don't know if it is valuable. Is it like, is Astro a thing, or should they be trying to do something else now? I don't know, but they have this through line through their games. And you brought up Team Eco, of course, Shadow of the Colossus. That's amongst the many things that Japan Studio incubated within themselves that worked out before it all fell apart. I mean, Clap Hands, we were talking about them last week. That's another studio that did Everybody's Golf that was incubated at Japan Studio. And there's a shit ton of stuff that was incubated there. So yeah, well, I'm very interested to see if PlayStation can maintain their Japanese flavor. I think that they can, and I think Asobi will be a part of that. Okay. Number 3, our conversation on last week's show may have been prescient, because if a report from website Video Games Chronicle is any indication, Sony may indeed be planning to release its very own PC launcher, which would be a revolutionary step for a company that only a few years ago found PC releases completely incompatible with its strategy. According to the website Spider-Man Remastered, which just launched on PC earlier this month via newly purchased Sony port team Nixes, via way of Insomniac, has references within its files to a PlayStation PC launcher, and VGC has seen the references itself, so it's no rumor. There are further references, according to the website, to linking PSN accounts and entitlements, and as they note, quote, it's possible that these references could suggest a bespoke version of the PlayStation Store that could come to PC. This, coupled with its references to account integration, could eventually lead to cross-purchasing for titles on PS5 and PC, end quote. While it's common for games to have all matter of unused code and assets within its files, indeed, this very same release has already been mined to suggest that co-op was at one time a thing early in its development. It's unlikely Nixes would have just added these references and options willy-nilly and for no reason. After all, Sony's purchase of Nixes was done with intent. They specialize in PC porting, and that's what they'll be doing. So that Sony would want to compete further on PC also makes sense, especially in light of Xbox's momentum on the wide open platform, and particularly because they've declared in their own financial statements that their PC revenue this fiscal year is expected to be 4 times higher than last year's. Spider-Man is the most recent PC release for PlayStation, and Nixes first. Recent statistics indicate it's the second most popular PlayStation PC launch to date, trailing behind Santa Monica Studios' God of War. Future PC releases include both Uncharted 4 and Uncharted The Lost Legacy, with unknown release dates on both. Other PC releases in recent years include Helldivers, Days Gone, and more, with 505 Games porting Death Stranding to PC, and Quantic Dream brought its PlayStation trilogy to PC as well by itself. VRG wrote in and said, hey fellas, let's assume for a moment that PlayStation will release their own launcher for PC. What features will their launcher need to pacify the PC crowd that disdains all launchers except for Steam? Could PlayStation go above and beyond and make a launcher that PC gamers actually want to use? Chris, what do you think? PC launcher. It seems obvious that this is in the game. It seems obvious that it's in the game for a reason. So there's got to be some sort of intent. But you say no.
Well, no, I think it's a good idea, and I think it needs to be there. I do think in some way, like, because I use the Xbox Game Pass launcher sometimes, and it's just a necessary thing, you know. Sometimes you just have to do it. But like, as far as making a PC launcher that PC players will want to use, nobody wants to use another launcher that isn't where all of their stuff is already. Like, it's already a done deal. It doesn't matter how good it is, because you could make it's. I use this argument a lot, but it reminds me a lot of like Google and Bing, where I have used Bing, and it is better. Like, it is a better search engine. And yet to this day, I still use Google because it's just comfortable. It's just what I know. It's where I feel most comfortable. And that's where I feel like a lot of PC players are. They've been on Steam for, you know, I'm not even a particularly huge PC gamer necessarily, but I've been on Steam since like 2009. There are people who have been there since way earlier than that. And you're just not going to get a lot of those people. You might get some new people to kind of dabble in other launchers, but it's never going to be the prefer. Oh man, I love the PlayStation launcher. No way in hell. But I do think there are some features, maybe cross-platform, maybe trophy progress, or maybe even just some features to maybe integrate a little bit more closely with the console might be nice. But as long as they're present on PC, that's really the only important part. And if they have a means or a storefront by which to make 100% of that profit, opposed to like, you know, whatever percent, what is it, 30 or 15 or something?
30. It would be 70-30. Yeah. Typically.
If you even if just a couple thousand people use it, that's like, you know, it's not chump change necessarily, and it's good to kind of get that foothold in whatever way you can, but the important part is just being on PC in the first place.
What do you think, Dustin?
I feel pretty confident that I know what this is. In the write-up here, and I've seen other people mention that this could lead to the possibility of a cross-buy for PlayStation 5 games. And I really don't think that that's the case, because why would you do that when so many people are double dipping? People like me, who've already bought God of War, have been given God of War on PlayStation Plus, will go and buy it again on PC. So what's it for then? And if it's maybe trophies, but that doesn't necessarily sound like a compelling option.
Maybe cross progress or something?
I think that it's cross progress for their live service games that are coming. This is basically the way that you'll be able to take your purchases, microtransactions, skins, or whatever, and you'll log into your PlayStation account, and then you can use that on your PC, or you can use it on your PlayStation, where you're obviously going to be logged into PSN. And that's the primary use of this launcher. And I think that while it could be standalone in a place that people could buy PlayStation games, I'm guessing that's also probably not likely either. I think this is one of the horrible, but unfortunately necessary, launchers within a launcher. So, for example, if you buy Master Chief Collection on Steam, you'll get a prompt for an Xbox login when you boot it up, so you can log into your Xbox Live. Or even with a Ubisoft game or an EA game, you will, I think this is still the case, or at least it was for a long time, when they brought back EA games to Steam, it would bring up Origin, and you still had to have an Origin account as well in order to do that.
I think you have to do that with Rockstar games, right?
Yes, that is correct. So yeah, that's also the case. So yeah, I'm really thinking that they are just laying the early groundwork for the 10 or so whatever live service games that they want to make it at launch as easy as possible that you can dive in wherever and have your purchases on those be able to move around easily.
Yeah, I think this is good insight in the sense that people had also brought up recently. If you go to PlayStation.com/en-us/games/PC-games. So if you just look for PlayStation PC games and you click on that link, it's a whole new website that they built showing the games on PC that are now available specifically, and then games that are coming soon. So they have 6 games listed: God of War, Spider-Man, Days Gone, Horizon, Helldivers, and Predator. And then they have 2 games in coming soon, which is Miles Morales and the Legacy of Thieves collection, with both unknown dates. So I think you're right that they're starting to lay some sort of foundation. And again, how many times can we hammer home this idea of 4 times more PC revenue? It's coming. Also, a note about Helldivers 2, already been DMCA'd into oblivion. So clearly real. And already, so hopefully someone saved that footage, but we'll be seeing more of that soon. So I just wanted to throw that in there as well. But I think the future on PlayStation is indeed very bright. And I don't think you buy Nixes without trying to get your games on PC. I don't think Nixes just puts code into the game for no reason. Again, I would acknowledge that, and it's part of the fun of some of these YouTube channels that even look into where it is and finding it. Like, there are unused assets galore in games. Sometimes it I don't know why. I mean, that would bother the shit out of me if I were one of these big shot at one of these studios. I'm like, can't we get rid of all this dead shit that we don't need? But I think they don't remove a lot of stuff because it will break other things, or they think it might break other things. So they just leave it there unused, and then people mine it later on.
Yeah,
but
that's usually the only reason, because you don't want to, like, oh wait, we got to remove this thing we're not using in the game anymore, and now suddenly, like, the ground doesn't show up in any level.
No, exactly. That's exactly right. It could be that simple. And the references to co-op are proof of that, because there are definitive references in Spider-Man's code that there was going to be co-op in the game, and so they're just relics of a different route that wasn't taken. And so I don't know. I'll be really intrigued to see how these PC games continue to do, because I think we're all surprised that Spider-Man actually didn't do better than God of War and wasn't as big on PC as I thought it was going to be. And it could be the idea that there's just a satiation point, and that when games come concurrently, which they will at some point to PS5 and PC, that we might see it different. I'd be interested to see how that goes. Is it going to be like 3-1?
Yeah.
2-1, 2.5-1?
You know what? I actually kind of think I understand why that's the case. I think it's because God of War is something that really you only care about if you're really involved in PlayStation. And so when that comes to PC for the first time, you're like, oh yeah, I'll give it a shot. And then you hear, it's really good. But Spider-Man is like, I feel like people who were on PC who heard about Spider-Man, probably that might have been enough for them to maybe go buy a PlayStation for it, because it's so ubiquitous of an IP that maybe there just wasn't that much left of people who haven't played Spider-Man.
Yeah, it could be. And we of course see that. What is your instinct when you start modding Spider-Man PC? You take the gay pride flags out. You guys can't be trusted with anything. Not even Spider-Man. Not even Insomniac Spider-Man can you leave on. Did
you see that somebody made it so you could play as Uncle Ben's grave?
No.
That's awesome.
That's pretty awesome.
That's baller.
I love it. I love that stuff with PC gaming. And I really like to see, not these kinds of mods, but PlayStation embrace mods more with their future games where they make sense, which is something Bethesda, was really pioneering on console. Yeah. And that Xbox embraced a long time ago that PlayStation refused to embrace. And they're embracing it obviously more now, but that's a whole nother realm for them to explore. Anyway.
Yeah. Speaking of embracing.
Number 4. If you're tired of all of the Embracer Group purchases, well, that's too damn bad, because they're continuing. And a litany of announcements just last night from when we were recording, the sprawling publisher, easily the industry's biggest by studio count, head count, games in production, and more, has scooped up more parts for its unwieldy machine, again making purchases that don't really seem to make any sense as the Embracer Group grows larger and more amorphous. Website Video Games Chronicle conveniently laid it all out, so let's get into some of the bigger ones more deeply. The biggest acquisition of the bunch is that Embracer now owns the rights to Lord of the Rings and its prequel, The Hobbit, which is completely insane and marks one of Embracer's biggest purchases, if not the biggest outright. More specifically, according to a press release, Embracer purchased Middle-earth Enterprises, which basically gives it both catalog and copyright rights for Tolkien-themed games, movies, and more. So this is a major cross-fusion purchase by Embracer, which is well embracing cross-media. From there, the purchases are significantly smaller, but still notable. American studio Tripwire Interactive, which most recently released shockingly fun shark game Maneater in 2020, was also acquired. PC-centric studio Tuxedo Labs, which recently made the game Teardown, was purchased, as was Swedish retro team Bitwave. Maybe the most mysterious of the purchases, however, is Tatsujin. This is interesting in and of itself because this newer team, which would somehow be Embracer's very first in Japan, owns the rights to games from the now-defunct Japanese studio Tau Plan, which closed about 3 decades ago. If you're an old-school gamer, you'll remember their titles like Twin Cobra, Hellfire, and Tiger Healy, Snow Brothers, and for all of you proto-meme fans out there, Zero Wing, which is, of course, the 1989 Genesis game with the famous line, "All your base are belong to us." Other purchases by Embracer include tech houses like Singtrix, a peripheral brand called Geotech, and the mega-famous physical games manufacturer Limited Run Games. As far as we can tell, the Swedish Embracer Group now employs more than 13,000 people, and it seems as if they have 12 divisions in total, recalling that Deep Silver, THQ Nordic, Saber Interactive, and others all operate as independent first parties in some sense. And indeed, a lot of these purchases, I think, were made under Saber. However, some food for thought. Website GamesIndustry.biz reports on Embracer's recent financials, showing an organic growth rate of negative 12%. In other words, if you don't count their expansion through mergers and acquisitions, they're actually shrinking commercially and losing money. That said, that figure is expected to go positive next quarter. All right. It's a lot to get through here. Chris, let's start with you. Embracer makes some big purchases, announces them all in sequence, and remain the biggest thing in games. I don't even know what to say anymore about this stuff. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are.
Well, I just have a simple question. Maybe it's a dumb question. But why the fuck is Lord of the Rings for sale? Who would part with that?
I don't know. And like, I don't think that none of the money was disclosed on any of these deals, by the way. It's also worth noting that there is also an unknown entity that they purchased within this deal that they cannot announce yet. And I'm really interested in that because they say it'll interfere with the game, with whatever product they're making right now or marketing right now. I'm like, what could it be?
Wow.
So, yeah.
That I don't. I just. This is. I saw this as it was being written. Like I was like looking into the Google Doc, and I was like, what? That can't be real. Like I thought like, oh, this must be like a really rare instance where Colin must be wrong. Like, there's no way that Embracer could afford Lord of the Rings. That would be like, that would be like if Star Wars was just purchased by like just this random, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just so out of left field that would even be on the table to buy, or that a studio or that a group like Embracer would have enough to kind of throw. You know, how is this not a Microsoft acquisition?
Yeah, so here's
Rings?
Wikipedia says Middle-earth Enterprises, formerly known as Tolkien Enterprises, is a trade name for a division of the Saul Zaentz Company. The company owns the worldwide exclusive rights to certain elements of J.R.R. Tolkien's 2 most famous literary works, The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. These include the names of characters contained within, as well as the names of places, objects, and events within them, and certain short phrases and sayings from the works. So somehow, yeah, so it says Tolkien sold the film, stage, and merchandising rights of those works to United Artists in 1968, who in turn sold them to this company in 1976. So Tolkien parted with those rights, which was dumb as fuck, a long time ago. And I would assume that the rights are that the Tolkien estate controls remain in the literary realm, although they probably get some sort of distribution from these too. But the answer is I have no fucking idea how they afforded this. This has to be. They bought Gearbox for a lot of money. There's some other really big things that they purchased.
Yeah, but I mean, like Lord of the Rings, like isn't Amazon working on Lord of the Rings show right now? And
yeah, they are.
How does that?
There's also a game coming.
Yeah, Gollum.
So I think these things are just in play, unless they do what Disney did when they bought Star Wars and just pulled the plug on things that were even late in development, like Star Wars 1313 and all this. So that could possibly happen, but Embracer can come in and say like this is all done, but I doubt that, especially with the Amazon series. They probably are the ones that are now the net beneficiaries of whatever's happening with that.
That's crazy. Yeah. This is I'm kind of at a loss for this. I'm curious as to what Dustin thinks.
Yeah, what do you think, Dustin?
Well, I think it's strange just that this goes well beyond the realm of video games. In fact, it covers film as well. And this Lord of the Rings is already tainted for me. The Hobbit movies did that on their own. So nothing is sacred. So I fully expect that we're going to see Aragorn doing a Fortnite dance in Fortnite probably within the next 5 years. And that's just something we're going to have to live with. You know, he's going to dab and then get the victory royale, and some kid's going to yell a racial slur at you. And
Sir Ian McKellen versus Rick and Morty at Tilted Towers.
So I guess it's my gut reaction was to be concerned about Lord of the Rings having new owners. But like I said, it's already kind of lost some of its sacredness, I guess. So it's really not a big deal. But it makes me wonder when you see Embracer do this big of a purchase that clearly, in order to recoup the costs and to take full advantage of it, they have to look outside of games. They're going to want to shop this out, do different shows, maybe even different movies and stuff like that. And it's interesting to me that there's only so much source material that you can do. Of course, there's the appendices, there's some of the various works that Tolkien did within the universe and stuff like that. But I just would hate to see Lord of the Rings. We get like Star Wars style shows for Lord of the Rings, where we have like a young Aragorn show. We have everybody gets
you get a show, right? Everybody gets a show,
and then it sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So I'm not optimistic, but it's weird. I think the other thing too that I saw a lot of people ask about, and this is a question for someone much smarter and knows a lot more than I do, and maybe this is something that we can talk to Hogue, or maybe it's just, it seems like a lot of money for a Embracer, which sure, they've got lots of teams. I'm sure they're making money, but it's a lot of AA related stuff that you don't think are necessarily huge sellers. But I guess when you're talking about the quantity of scale and how many games, unless they're still just burning a shit ton of investment money from outside sources, just seems very strange to me.
Well, remember the Saudi Public Investment Fund gave them a bunch of money just a couple months ago. Mm-hmm. So they might have turned around and used that money to buy. And this is what I'm talking about. Yeah,
that's so fucking.
So I have a lot to say about this. Dark Rod 99 wrote in and said, "Hello, CDC. Why isn't Embracer bathing in money right now? They own more companies than Sony and Microsoft combined, so their output of games is massive across every platform, mobile, PC, console. Is there something I'm missing here? Thanks for the great content as always." Yes, there definitely is. Do you have any idea how much it costs to employ 14,000 people? Especially high-skilled labor. This isn't a fucking factory, no offense. These are game developers, probably making on average low 6-figure salaries at a lot of these teams. The cost to run these teams is massive. And Embracer has gotten to the point where I'm like, I don't feel like this is going to work out. And it's funny because they have the specter. If they are from Embracer, comes from the seed of or let's say the seed of Embracer was fertilized by the ashes of THQ, as we know.
Yeah.
And THQ flew too close to the sun, and they died at the turn of the aughts into the 2010s, especially with UDraw and all the different shit they were making. They went and all their stuff was flown to the wind. Everyone bought it and gathered all their shit up. And one of those was Nordic Games, which turned into THQ Nordic, which turned into Embracer Group and spun off THQ Nordic and all the rest. And here we are today. I do not believe that you can own an entity, this many entities, and have any intention of knowing what you're doing with them. It's impossible. That's so many teams. We're talking about, I don't know, 120 teams now? Something like that, 125 teams? 125 teams. Now, each of these teams has to have tethers back to their home publishers because, again, they're split, right, between Amplifier and Coffee Stain and Gearbox and Deca and THQ and Saber and all these different things. But all of these tethers have to go up and up and up, and then it's all gathered by Embracer. Just the amount of producers they must employ must be nuts. And they're getting to the point where they're making games that are going to be competing with each other. It's impossible not to have that happen. If you own 120 teams, they're going to be launching games constantly. On a constant basis, you're going to be launching a game every month. At least. I mean, with that many teams, you should be launching, I don't know, you should probably be launching 3 games a month with that many teams. If you're working at 4 or 5 year intervals, which I think is reasonable for even AA teams, and they kind of run more cheaply and all of that. Guys, they own Dark Horse now, right? I mean, they own all of these weird things. They own Easy Brain, and it doesn't make any sense. And so when I was going through their financials and I saw that organic growth rate being negative, what that means is that they're growing through mergers and acquisitions, but the situation hasn't played out yet. We actually don't know, and they're gathering more and more and more. Now, I think there's inertia with certain brands. They own Gearbox. I don't think Gearbox is going anywhere. They own the Lord of the Rings rights. That's obviously going to be huge. They own all of these different things. Now they have a physical games outfit. Now they have literally a physical games outfit to publish all their games in limited run games for special editions for all these different games. But how can it be that you can launch all of these games and have them not cannibalize each other? At some point, you become too big. I do believe that. This is too much. And there's no way they're going to be able to keep all these teams going long run. I just can't believe that that's possible. And I think what ultimately Embracer will be is a large team of developers and a shit ton of IP, because that is what they are really collecting.
Yeah.
They own all of these random things, yes. But long after Volition goes away, they're going to own Saints Row and Red Faction, right? And if Gearbox, they lose their heart and soul in Texas, and all the people leave, but they're still on Borderlands, right? I don't know. I can see it making a team of 25 studios, but we even say Microsoft is getting too big, and I think that's true too. Like, I think, how can you have any control? How can you have any organizational intent? How can you have any management of your portfolio if you're doing this many games is nuts. 120 studios? Dude, there are people that play games, that love games, that will not even play 120 games in their life.
Yeah.
And yet there are 120 studios making something like 150 games right now, of which I think we don't know about more than 100 of them. And I think that there's something to be said about this inquiry from Dark Rod, where how can they not be bathing in money right now? What you're missing is that they're spending all of it. And yeah, they're bringing in income, but I think what they're hoping, I think it's obvious, is that they're just hoping for a spread shot effect. They're just going to get little bits of money from all of these different places and hope that it works out. But a big head count, man. That's a lot of mouths to feed. That is enormous. That's way, way, way bigger than PlayStation's first party, like many times bigger.
Mm-hmm. I'm
not even talking about game studios. I'm talking about head count. Like,
no, yeah.
Naughty Dog has 300 plus people at it, right? I mean, that's bigger than probably almost any studio that they own. But 14,500, 15,000 people. Think about salaries, medical care for all of the people that they employ in the United States, especially where that's an insurance thing. Your cost of leasing buildings, your HR, your perks, and all of the different expenses and petty cash type expenses, your travel expenses. All these people are traveling all over the world, going to all these different studios they own. They have to keep in touch. Dude, the overhead to run a team, I don't know, man. I mean, obviously they know much more about what they're doing than I do, but I see what their strategy is. I just don't think that can possibly pay off. That's just way too many people. Way too many.
Yeah. It seems like it's probably not entirely sustainable. Listen, if you're listening, Embracer, just before you kick the bucket and die again, just make that third Destroy All Humans game, please. Like, please don't die before that. That'll make me so upset. Me personally.
Yeah, totally.
I know it won't upset a lot of people, but you'll be on my bad side. You don't want that. All right. So
I think you're going to get that. I think you're going to get a lot. And if you're releasing, let's say you're releasing 25 games a year, which is what they should be, 20 to 25 games a year with that many studios.
That's
are you imagining a situation where people are buying many of these games or something? I don't think so. Your own game. We talk about the oddity of EA allowing to release 2 published shooters in 2016 in the fall of 2016, right on top of each other, one cannibalizing the other. This is just going to happen repeatedly, even though the games are not similar. There's only so much time and money, cumulative time and money, and THQ Nordic, or Embracer Group is going to demand a whole lot. They're going to need a whole lot of it to survive. I'm skeptical. I'm becoming more, every time they purchase something, I'm becoming more skeptical of Embracer Group. That's my take. Joaquin Branch wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, here's something relatively light and informative that people are overlooking. In Embracer's endless hunger, they have gobbled up a studio called Tatsujin, a Japanese studio. Can we finally put the rest the BS that Japanese companies can't be purchased? Love and kisses." I don't know who's ever said that. Wouldn't the other Japanese teams that have been purchased in the past have put that to bed? I mean, Bethesda bought Tango Gameworks like 10 years ago. I don't know exactly what you're talking about there, but
wasn't there an argument? And I'm trying to remember.
No, the argument is that Japanese that it's difficult to do,
right?
legally,
and I think
it is.
We're talking a difference of Japanese studios versus Japanese publishers, which I think is a very different situation.
Well,
but
no, not really.
I
Because Tango is a Japanese developer, just like Tatsujin is.
Right. I'm saying that a publisher would probably be much more difficult for an outside entity to buy.
I see. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't definitely.
You mean like Microsoft buying like Capcom or something?
Right. I don't know anything. That's just when we were talking to Hogue, what his implication was about that it was specifically big publishers and that kind of being the difficulty.
I think I understand, Joaquin, that you're kind of making the point for yourself, like, or against yourself, in the sense that after 120 teams, they finally bought a Japanese one. Doesn't that indicate that it's very difficult or something that it's not really happening very often? I mean, I don't know. That kind of makes the point, but nonetheless, Embracer will be paying close attention to you. We'll have no choice since you make every game that's ever been made. There's a link in there I want you guys to click on, though. After last week's show, during last week's show, we noted that Alone in the Dark was the old horror game, was going to be revived, that had leaked, and that was going to be in THQ Nordic's digital showcase, and it ended up being the case, so that was revealed. However, there were other games in that THQ Nordic showcase. I don't know, do any of these games look interesting to you guys? Did you want to call any of them out, Dustin or Chris? To me, my answer is no. I mean, none of them look particularly interesting to me. I know some of these people are very interested in Outcast 2. They're very interested in Gothic, the remake. There's obviously a new SpongeBob game, but this is kind of a representation of what I'm saying, where it's like, what is this? These are cool, I guess, but this is what you're going to be making on a constant basis. I don't think that's going to work out very well for you. You have to spend AAA money to make AAA money, I think. And these games still kind of, you can't split the difference very often, like Control or something like that managed to do. So I just wanted to call out that a bunch of games were announced, but I don't really give a shit about any of them. I don't know if you do or not.
Yeah, I went and I watched probably at least half or more of each of these trailers, and it was starting to feel comical by the end, just in that I'm not saying that these games looked horrible or bad, but none of them looked particularly striking.
Alone in the Dark looks really cool.
Yeah.
But we already knew about it, and I'll definitely play that. But
yeah.
Anything for you, Chris?
I mean, aside from Destroy All Humans, which is like just obvious, like I'm looking so for. I love, by the way, the beginning of this trailer. This is exactly what I was talking about when I was saying, like, I'm surprised that they even managed to get away with remaking this game. Destroy All Humans 2, rated teen for animated blood, crude humor, use of drugs, language, sexual themes, partial nudity, and violence. It's like the longest. This is one of the longest ESRB things I've ever seen. But I'm very stoked about it. That game is it's just such a clusterfuck that I really can't believe it's being remade faithfully at all. It's crazy.
Maybe the biggest game in this bunch is actually that AEW wrestling game. That trailer has more than 700,000 views on YouTube, which is a lot.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. and it's a Ukes game. They're the guys that used to do the WWE games back in the day. But I actually think that game looks pretty cheap. I don't know. The facial the faces don't look right in that game at all, in my opinion. All right.
I don't know.
Number 5. I'm sorry, you had more to say?
Oh, no. I don't know.
Okay.
I do think Alone in the Dark looks pretty interesting. But
yeah, I agree.
Aside from that,
it looks awesome. Number 5. Weeks ago, reporting around the planned PS5 timed exclusive remake of the classic 2003 Star Wars RPG Knights of the Old Republic indicated the game was in deep trouble, if not canceled. The basic gist is that upon presenting a milestone to publisher Sony and IP holder Disney, the game was apparently in such bad shape that the 2 people leading it at developer Aspyr were literally fired from their positions. Bloomberg, where the report came from, notes that the game has become incredibly expensive and may not be ready until 2025, 3 years later than intended. This, of course, left us naturally questioning whether the game was totally canceled, as word from Aspyr was that the sprawling multi-project team, usually working on ports or contract work, would be moving on. According to website Video Games Chronicle, it does appear that earlier rumors that Aspyr handed off production to the megalithic Embracer Group-owned Saber Interactive, and that production continues. This in and of itself is mysterious, as Saber, founded in Russia, was recently pulled off of the PS5 port of CD Projekt's Witcher 3, likely because of its Russian connections. However, all you need to do is read between the lines in a recent Embracer financial release as discovered by VGC. Quote, one of the group's AAA projects has been transitioned to another studio within the group. This was done to ensure the quality bar is where we need it to be for the title. We are not expecting any material delays for the title based on this transition, end quote. Of course, remembering that Aspyr is also owned by Embracer. So while not confirmation by name, it appears this is the case. KOTOR never saw release on PlayStation platforms. In fact, it remains unplayable today outside of PC and mobile ports, unless you've got your Xbox disc and a newer Xbox. And so getting it on PlayStation would be a big deal. Developed by BioWare, which would go on to make Mass Effect and be purchased by EA, KOTOR received a sequel from Obsidian, also on the original Xbox, in late 2004. So it seems, Dustin, that this game lives after all. What an interesting little tale. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like I feel bad because I think that when it was announced that Aspyr was the team, everyone kind of had the same question mark above their head that they were not the team necessarily with the experience to do this. But I think it was maybe the excitement around the game that we kind of just gave them the benefit of the doubt. And unfortunately, now the worst possible thing has happened, where clearly the fears and the suspicions about it were true. They weren't the team to do it. It's good to see that it's being handed off. It's just not being canceled outright. But I find it interesting that I was seeing that there's some Twitter interactions right now between Jason Schreier and our own Mr. Matty Plays that apparently Embracer is claiming that we are not expecting any material delays for this title based on this transition. So they're claiming there won't be any delays.
Well, the game was internally intended for this year, so it's going to be delayed. I mean, I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know what they might be saying. We never really set a date externally, which is true. But
right.
Yeah, right.
It is cool. I mean, so I guess everything remains as is. It will remain on PS5 time exclusive. I don't think Sony ever said that they were going to pull out. It just, I agree with you. Aspyr had no business making that game. It's no offense to them, but they are a port studio. That's what they do. They did a really great the port of the Civilization 6 on PlayStation 4 was Aspyr. That was an awesome port. That's what they do. We don't need you making games.
Yeah.
And, we don't need Saber Interactive making games either. And they're all in the same family. So, Chris, what are you thinking? KOTOR lives after all.
Yeah, I mean, I was sure this thing was dead because that's such a crazy death blow. But I do think the idea of that there's no material delays, like that's just nonsense. This transitioning an entire game that's presumably at least a couple of years in development, at least a year in development, to another team that has to learn their way around this half.
Well, it's way more than a year in development. They were going to release it this year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But even so, that's even more complicated because that's a lot of the deeper you get into development, the more the code becomes kind of spaghetti. The more things are tied to things that you don't know about. And we were just talking about it earlier about how many unused assets are just tied to things. And imagine converting an entire nearly finished game to a new studio that has no prior experience as to what's tied to what, or the inner workings or everything. They have to go and discover that on their own. there will be delays from this. And even just the nature of video game release dates in general lately feels like everything gets delayed. So like I would be willing to bet that even if this does get a release date, it's going to be delayed.
I'm just seeing Maddie tweeted just moments ago too that the Embracer Group updated their press release about this, removing this entire section about what was perceived to be KOTOR. Their statement about one of the group's AAA projects has transitioned to another studio within the group. This was to ensure the quality bar is where we need it to be. We are not expecting any material delays. That apparently has been removed from the press release. So we'll see about this. Keep an eye on this. But in the meantime, number 6, Dead Island 2. The incredibly long development follow-up to the 2011 hit zombie game Dead Island finally has a release date, though by the time the show is recording, it hasn't yet been confirmed. So you'll recall that earlier in the year, I told you on the show, I reported that Dead Island 2 was going to be re-revealed this summer and may even be released this summer from a reliable source. That source was obviously right about Dead Island 2 returning, but the game is going to be released later. So let's get into this. We know, thanks to an Amazon leak relayed by several sources, that Dead Island 2 is set to launch on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 early next year on February 3rd, 2023. Indeed, the leak indicates there will be a so-called Day 1 special edition, though details remain scarce, and as of now, publisher Deep Silver, owned by the Embracer Group, has yet to comment. The various descriptions on Amazon describe the game as a first-person RPG that, as we know, takes place in Los Angeles. There will be 6 playable characters, each with their own set of customizations and options. Dead Island 2 has taken a long and winding road to this point and is an example of a game coming as close as possible to being vaporware, but still being real. As you may recall, the original Dead Island, as well as its 1.5 iteration Riptide, both on PlayStation 3, were developed by Techland, which would go on to release the 2015 smash hit spiritual successor Dying Light. Dying Light 2 itself, experiencing a bit of a tortured development, came to PS4 and PS5 earlier this year. With Techland out, publisher Deep Silver, at that point still independent, but since purchased by the Embracer Group, farmed the game out to German studio Jaeger, perhaps most famous for its excellent 2012 PS3 third-person shooter Spec Ops: The Line. Indeed, that version of the game was revealed at E3 all the way back in 2014, with a scheduled 2015 release date on PlayStation 4. But between 2014 and 2015, something went wrong. Jaeger was released from the project, and in their place came Sumo Digital. While Jaeger would go on to develop the 2017 PS4 flight sim Dreadnought, Sumo Digital, known at that point for leading development on Sony's 2014 second-party PS3 and PS4 game Little Big Planet 3, as well as other games, would pick up. However, they were then removed from the game between 3 and 4 years later, with Dead Island 2 finally landing with its final studio, Deep Silver's internal team Dambuster. Dambuster's previous game was the subpar 2016 PlayStation 4 release Homefront: The Revolution. Dead Island, launched during the height of zombie pop fiction and the ever-expanding popularity of open-world RPGs, last saw action in 2016 when Dead Island Definitive Edition came to PlayStation 4. Chris, this game has disaster written all over it, although I hope I'm wrong. It would be awesome if this game turned out great, but there are 2 ringing alarm bells, one louder than the other. The first is 3 different teams.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. And the second one is Dambuster. I don't know about that either. Because no one wanted to like Homefront: The Revolution more than Colin Moriarty. Believe you me. It was a game about a fucking insurgency in Philadelphia. And I wanted to love it. I wanted to love the original Homefront I was really into for its thematic stuff when Chaos Studio made it and all of that. Yeah. And they went away. So then the sequel was made by these guys, but it was shitty. It was a shitty game. I don't know if they've improved it since then, but I did not like it. And trust me, that is right up my alley. So I would have given it many different concessions to play it. But here we are. Dambuster's next game 6 years later is going to be as the 3rd team working on this long in development Dead Island. And while I know that it's a sunk cost fallacy to suggest that you should cancel a game or whatever, or not cancel a game, I feel like this game is just so late. And whether I'm sure it looks modern and all of that, but it's a zombie game. It's not the same anymore, right? Like we saw that with Dying Light 2, which did very well, but I don't think it's anywhere near as big as Dying Light. I just think it's waning. You see that with the reaction to the Walking Dead spinoffs that are happening that no one likes. It's over. Like zombies will always be in the background and they'll come back in a big way when some new big product comes. But I just feel like Dead Island is a PlayStation 3 game. So they missed the entire generation. and are now deep in here. So I don't know, man. I'm skeptical. What do you have to say about this?
I'm with you. I'm very, very, very skeptical. Like, if I were a betting man, I would bet that this is going to be a travesty. But you know, you never know. Like, sometimes maybe these things. It wouldn't entirely shock me if for some reason this is just a weird example of something that just turns out being okay. I can't imagine that it's going to be good because honestly, I just didn't. I know it's a different studio and all that. I know Techland went on to make Dying Light from the original Dead Island, but the original Dead Island I thought was kind of terrible. I remember being so enamored with it too because our English teacher in maybe like 10th grade, I think, or something like that, maybe 11th grade, showed us the trailer to Dead Island in class because he was like, "Look at this amazing trailer."
It was one of the great trailers. I think.
Like it was amazing enough for it to be shown in school by like a teacher. He was a nerdy teacher, granted. He was like a game dev in like the 90s. But I remember that was a very striking memory, a very visceral memory of the original Dead Island, seeing that trailer. And then I was so excited for the game, and then I played the game, and it was just this. I don't even know. It was just so not what that trailer was. It was so not what I was anticipating, and it was so buggy, and the frame rate was terrible. I remember that before I was even cognizant of what frame rates even were. You know, like I remember this is choppy as hell. What the hell is going on? And you know, just a sequel to that game just is not exciting to me as somebody who remembers it. So I can only imagine how many people, because they took so long to release this, how many people have maybe come into gaming since then who are now saying Dead Island 2 and they're like, what?
The fuck are you talking about? What is Dead Island?
Yeah, what is that? And then they look back and then they look back and then they hear this just like awful cringe-inducing dialogue, and oh man. I mean, that first Dead Island was really bad, man.
It was. I actually didn't like it very much either. I tried. It's a game that ostensibly I would like. Yeah, no, I just felt my complaint at the time was I felt like I was constantly opening containers. That's all you do in Dead Island is open containers. That's it. Anyway, guys, it's going to start getting pretty good though, beginning in November. Check this out. God of War Ragnarok, November 9th. Callisto Protocol, December 2nd. Dead Space Remake, January 23rd. Forspoken, if you care, January 24th. Hogwarts Legacy, which we're going to talk about shortly, February 10th. Resident Evil 4 Remake, March 24th. Ooh, it's getting good. All right, let's move on. Number 7. You took your name off this one. You didn't want to talk about this one, Dustin?
I have no love for Dead Island, so
doesn't mean you don't have to. Does it sound like we have any love for Dead Island? Did it sound like that to you? Did you get that impression?
I just don't know.
We had love for it.
I don't have anything to add. I mean, this is a disaster. It's Duke Nukem all over again. Only maybe not quite that long, but yeah, this is going to be terrible. That's my take.
I love that you. I didn't even realize that you took your name off.
Yeah. All right.
I'm not excited. It's going to be bad. Everyone knows it's going to be bad.
No, man. Well, you know, maybe who knows?
I don't know that. I feel that though.
I do. Yeah. I feel it.
I mean, if Dan Buster, that would be some redemption story. I'm telling you, that Homefront game is bad, and I don't. Those. It's so complicated because those guys are the remnants of Crytek UK, right? Like, there's like actually good developers within that family. But anyway, I digress. All right, let's talk about it. Number 7, months ago on this very show, I told you that a well-connected source indicated to me that the eagerly anticipated upcoming Harry Potter game, Hogwarts Legacy, wouldn't launch in 2022, but would instead come out in early 2023. That information has now been confirmed. In a brief social media posting, developer Avalanche Software revealed the game would come to PS4 and PS5 on February 10th, 2023. The studio, which was a one-time owned by Disney and has been since owned by WB over the last half-decade, was a one-time known for licensed games, particularly Disney Infinity, which it shepherded. However, after being purchased by WB, the team was set arguably on the entity's most important licensed IP, which it has been working on ever since. Announced in 2020, Hogwarts Legacy was originally intended to come out in 2021, and it's important to note that the game was revealed well into COVID, about 6 or 7 months after it started, and so production issues obviously go way beyond the pandemic. Bumping the game to 2023 constitutes its third delay, and it will likely hold here, though it'll be coming out in a much, much more hectic release environment than it would have this fall. So, yes, I was right. I know. You guys can all apologize to me for telling me how I didn't know what I was talking about. someone who definitely would have known told me that the game will ultimately be announced for an early 2023 release date. And here it is. So this game looks great. Supposed to be at Gamescom with the Jeff Keighley show. Maybe we'll talk about it next week. I don't know. Any feelings on this game? Well, let's do a gut check. Chris, will you play Hogwarts Legacy?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's been so long since I've really dived into Harry Potter at all that I feel like it would be really, really refreshing. Also, I don't know if this is just my YouTube recommended, but I've been seeing a lot of not Harry Potter content necessarily, but videos about specifically the Harry Potter video games. It's been popping up in like my feed, and I just remember, and I was going through them, and it's like, oh, I played so many of these actually. Like I played Chamber of Secrets, which is like genuinely like a surprisingly good game, especially for that era. I played some of them on Game Boy Advance as well. So I feel like because it's been so long, and because this game looks so deep, although that might be, I don't know, maybe it only looks deep. It could be very shallow and very wide. Ocean masquerading, what is it? A puddle masquerading as an ocean.
Right.
Is that saying? Could be. But it does look engrossing, and I do think the visuals of it are like really cool. I just have a feeling that it's going to be really enamoring, and I think I could go for a game like that. It's been a long time.
I agree. I'm amped up about it. I think it looks fucking dope. I don't want to see anymore. So I'm probably gonna have to. We'll watch that Gamescom thing, I'm sure we'll cover it next week. But I don't know that I'm gonna be really tuning in for that. Dustin, what are your feelings on Hogwarts Legacy with a date in February?
Yeah, I'm very interested. I grew up loving the books, loving the movies, and like Chris, also loving a few of the games. Man, that Chamber of Secrets game for well, I think it was on everything, but I remember playing it on PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
And eventually you can unlock the Nimbus, so you can fly around Hogwarts.
Yeah.
And that was almost a revelatory open world moment for me in gaming, where I thought, wow, I can fly anywhere around this castle. This is so cool. So I'm very intrigued by this game. I still have some concerns about this big of a game from this studio, but everything we've seen so far looks really promising. So again, some cautious optimism, but hopefully this delay really helps them stick the landing. I have no idea how this game's coming out on Switch. Let me tell you that, though. From what we've seen,
it was probably that the Switch version is coming later, so they're going to cancel.
Even then,
they'll probably do the cloud thing that they did with Control and other games, where it's just like that's probably going to be their solution, because there's no way that game's going to. As we were watching it, I actually messed it up in the show because I assumed it was a next gen only game because it looked that good to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how this shit's going to run on PS4, to be quite honest with you. Like it looks like there's a lot of systems in play. It looks like there's a lot going on. It looks like very, very high fidelity. I don't know. Like that looked like a next gen game to me when we were watching that trailer, or when we were watching that showcase for it. And I don't know. We'll see how it pans out. But the Switch is definitely not getting a native port of this. Good Lord.
Well, in addition to 2023 games, and this is thanks to Game Informer, who kind of laid this all out on their website, but we already said Dead Space and Forspoken in January, Hogwarts Legacy in February, Resident Evil 4 Remake in March. Other games in alphabetical order that are slated to come out in 2023 on PS4 and or PS5, mostly just PS5. Alan Wake 2, Aliens Dark Descent, Ark Raiders, Ark 2, Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, Baldur's Gate 3. Let's see, anything else interesting here? Oh, Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes, Exo Primal, that Capcom game, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy VII 16, that game Flintlock. A new Forza comes out if you're on Xbox. That'll be big. Let's see. Anything else of interesting? Oh, Kerbal Space Program 2 finally comes out. That game's been in development forever. Layers of Fears, Metal Slug Tactics.
That name, dude.
Spider-Man 2, Payday 3, Pragmata. I forgot about that game.
Oh, yeah.
Ravenlock, Redfall. That's going to be interesting on Xbox. Stalker. That will eventually come. The PlayStation.
I love that so many games are just like two nouns.
Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Sea of Stars, Street Fighter 6, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League.
Oh, that's right.
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. That will probably be on PSVR 2, the second one. Wolong Fallen Dynasty. That game looks cool. Valheim comes out. That's only going to be on Xbox, though. So yeah, quite a bit coming out. next year. Exciting. All of them will get delayed, of course.
Yeah. 2024, baby.
All right. Number 8. Good news. Not everything is delayed. WB-owned studio WB Games Montreal has revealed that its long-in-development Batman/DC game Gotham Knights has gone gold. This is, of course, industry jargon indicating that core development is done and that the game is ready to be submitted for certification, publishing, and printing. Though, as always, you can count on a meaty day one patch. This should allay any fears that Gotham Knights would meet the fate of so many fellow 2022 games, and it will arrive on PlayStation 5 on October 25th. Gotham Knights has followed a trajectory almost identical to its WB brethren Hogwarts Legacy. It was revealed in 2020, well into COVID, was supposed to launch in 2021, and then was delayed again to 2022, where it will stay. You may also recall that the game was slated to come to both PS4 and PS5. However, as you reported on the show months ago, the PlayStation 4 iteration of the game was canceled. Likely a wise move, considering the machine is nearing its 10th anniversary and would obviously hold the project back majorly. It's also true that PS4's relevance is waning, and that had it met its original release date or window, it would have come to the console. That's almost certainly true. This is good news. I think this game looks pretty cool. I think some people are being pretty hard on it. In fact, Trevor Myers wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, can I get a gut check from you guys on Gotham Knights? The game just went gold today, and I think it looks good, just not as good as the Arkhamverse games. Thoughts?" So, of course, WB Montreal hasn't made a game in almost 10 years. They last made a PlayStation 3 game, Arkham Origins, and which is not even really considered a true Arkham game. And so they're not the A team for sure, but a lot of things can change over time. Dustin, what do you think of Gotham Knights coming out October 25th? It's gold. It's actually coming. And are you going to play it? And what's your gut check?
The feeling this game gives me is like Wolfenstein Youngblood. You have a co-op approach to an established formula that's made by a B team that adds RPG elements where they do not belong. Well, maybe. We'll see. I don't want to declare that until it's out yet. And a lot of that just does not sound very appealing to me. I don't want to level up my Robin. I don't know. I don't know if
really,
that's...
I do. I want to.
I don't know. I understand in the Batman Arkham games, you're getting new abilities and stuff like that. I just don't... It's become more and more of a deterrent to me when you see that a little box with a number above an enemy. I just, more and more, I do not want that from every single game I play.
I understand that.
So I don't know. My gut check is that this will definitely appeal to a lot of people just because it's a comic book thing and it's Batman.
And it's also, there's also nothing else out. I mean, Gotham Knights.
Yeah.
First of all, it wouldn't have made. I don't think people realize that a major part of WB not publishing Hogwarts Legacy in the fall is because it makes no sense. Why would you want to again compete? They're smart enough to keep those games apart from each other because they're going to cannibalize each other. And Hogwarts Legacy is a way more important game, but and it's actually launching at a much more competitive time. But I think Gotham Knights is going to do very well because I just think people are desperate for something to play. I think that they're so hungry. If you're not playing Call of Duty this fall, and you're not a PlayStation gamer, especially, what are you playing? What are you even playing?
Yeah,
there's nothing to play. So Gotham Knights is going to be, I think, a welcome game. Now, it's funny you bring up the numbers popping out because I was showing my dad Cyberpunk. My dad was here last weekend. That's another reason why I didn't do very much gaming over the last week. And I realized there was so much I couldn't explain to him, and it's just we're too far beyond me being able to explain video games to him. But I remember fighting an enemy and numbers just popping out of him, and me thinking to myself, like, my dad probably has no concept of what is even happening here at all. Chris, what do you think about Gotham Knights going gold October 25th? Will you play it? Are you looking forward to it? To Trevor's question, what is your gut check?
My gut check, I remember, am I misremembering this, or does this game have a very Destiny-like character customization screen with like a cursor and like rarity? And because I feel like I remember seeing like this big trailer for it. And I feel like I remember seeing it's like, oh, why is that here? It's like it doesn't belong. This game feels it's a very disorienting game to look at gameplay for me, because it looks next gen, like the graphics and like the way things look and just the particle effects and like the weather effects and the skyboxes, like that looks really, really cool. But then the characters move and it moves like a 360 game, and I don't know exactly how to explain it in any more depth than that, but like it looks like out of sync with itself for whatever reason. And I don't know how to put my finger on it. It just looks like it feels really strange to play. I also just like, I'm just really not that into Batman if Batman's not there. Like I've never really cared about Robin or a Batgirl or Barbara Gordon or any of these. I Nightwing, like none of them are.
Wasn't someone offended that Barbara Gordon was like? Wasn't there some controversy in this game with Barbara Gordon?
Oh, I don't think so.
With the wheelchair or something, or she was like, yeah, I think there. Go on. I'm going to look it up, please.
Yeah, look it up.
I interrupted you. Yeah.
No, but I just Batman is as a character is really only interesting when it's him and another very, very charismatic and very, very interesting villain. Because the way that they play off of each other is, I feel like, what establishes the tone of that world and what makes that world so fun to experience and mess around in. You can even make a case that Batman himself isn't even the most interesting part of. I mean, there's a reason you can have a movie that's just Joker with no Batman, but you can't have like Dr. Octopus sings Fiddler on the Roof the movie. Like you can't have that experience really. And to have Batman, who is arguably one of the lesser interesting parts of his own universe, you then have his extended family, which I feel is like even way, way further below that like, I don't know. I just don't know what this game has going for me personally. In addition to all of these elements, like Dustin said, like these are kind of shoehorned RPG elements that kind of feel out of place to me when I'm playing a superhero game. I understand like Spider-Man has a leveling system kind of in the background, but it's not as in your face as it is here. Like it's not, numbers aren't popping out. There's no like Destiny customization screen, which again, I feel like that whole thing is like really, really, I'm getting kind of tired of games getting cute with the cursor. Like I liked it when Destiny did it because it was the first time I had seen that ever. And I was like, oh, this is cool. Like a new, interesting, Destiny UI. And then every game had the circle cursor. And then I was just like, what are you doing? Like, it's not even necessary because the game that I'm playing now isn't even remotely as complicated as Destiny is. You don't need a cursor for this. It'd be like I don't know. I'm going off on a tangent, but I'm not feeling this one. I'll probably wait for reviews, and if the reviews are positive and if people that I trust say it's good, I'll give it a look. But even some of these trailers, man, look like they're not running well, which is confusing to me. Yeah, I don't know. Not a great gut check.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I would love to be wrong, by the way.
I was right, by the way, about the WB Montreal Batgirl thing, but it was backlash, of course, amongst predictable crowd. When I searched for it, the first site that came up was Fanbyte, easily the worst video game website in the world. And the title of the story is called WB Montreal Changes Batgirl Backstory After Backlash. I want to read this story verbatim, just so you can understand this, okay? It says, Gotham Knights, the upcoming co-op action title from Arkham Origins developer WB Montreal, has been having a rough go of it lately. The game was delayed from its original release year, and a recent gameplay demonstration, while looking polished, seems not to garner a lot of genuine excitement from fans of Rocksteady's Arkham games. This apathy was compounded by befuddlement when Barbara Gordon's biography from the game made it online and social media and got hit with a lot of questions. So here is Batgirl's original bio from the game, okay? Few people can match Barbara Gordon in terms of raw willpower and determination. Barbara has always been a person of action. In her mind, backing down is never an option. Having one of Gotham City's most well-known police commissioners as a father had a massive impact on her. Jim Gordon gave his life for Gotham, and now she wants to make sure it wasn't in vain. After a face-off that put Barbara in a wheelchair, she became Oracle, a powerful information and communications expert. But her father's death spurred her to train and recover from her wounds so that she could return to active duty as Batgirl. That is the bio. Anything offensive to stick out to you in that?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to go on with the story. The background, which is mostly taken from comic sources, explains that Barbara Gordon went from being the paralyzed Oracle, the woman in the chair role, to borrow a phrase from Marvel's most recent Spider-Man movies, to becoming Batgirl, superhero crime fighter. The description implies that she overcame her paralysis through training, a thing that kind of comes off as implying that people could simply get out of their wheelchairs if they tried hard enough.
Oh my God.
This is written by that guy Imran Khan, who is the worst. I mean, I don't even know. Like, so it's And so they go on. WB Montreal has seemingly recognized that this phrasing is a little problematic and has been working with Able Gamers, an organization dedicated to improving the quality of life for people with disabilities. In a Discord Q&A, creative director Patrick Redding said they consulted Able Gamers following the backlash to learn about the different types of spinal injuries and the potential for someone to regain mobility. It's a fucking comic book game. Not everything is offensive. That's so goofy. I love that I read it all and you had no idea what was even offensive about it.
No, I don't know if I could have even predicted that necessarily.
Oh my God.
I remember thinking it was funny. I did think, it's funny because I did think like, oh, it is kind of funny that she just like got the willpower to just be unparalyzed, but it's a comic book. So like, whatever. But that's amazing. You know, that reminds me of that Seinfeld line. It must have been one of those rich, spoiled handicapped people who didn't want to do any work. Just wanted to sit in her wheelchair and take it easy. How
lazy. Yeah.
I love it.
As a reminder, Fanbyte maintains a strict separation of editorial policy and decision-making from its ad sales and other business interests.
Yeah, I
The
bet.
editorial team is kept separate from the sales division, and all editorial decisions are the purview of that team alone. However, Fanbyte is also owned by Tencent. Next story. Oh, I wanted to have this as a postscript. Jonathan Thomas. Hey, fellas, IGN is going heavy with the IGN first right now with Gotham Knights. Do you have details on how these deals work? Does IGN approach WB or vice versa? Is money exchanged in these deals? Is it the same approach with influencers? But I believe Colin was still a kind of funny when they hosted the Final Fantasy 15 event. And at IGN, did you ever do an IGN first where the IGN staff is like, oof, this looks terrible. Thanks for the insight. So I was actually at IGN when IGN first got off the ground, and the entire idea of IGN first was to compete with Game Informer. Game Informer's real power with publishers and getting access is the cover story that they get each month. And so there's 12 of those to give out, basically. And in return, that's really valuable because you go to GameStop, you go somewhere that's on the shelf, you see it, maybe you pre-order, and all of the rest. So IGN, I think when Ryan McCaffrey came, so maybe 2013 or so, we got this off the ground. And I actually went on the press tour with Ryan to some of these places to try to get access to some of their games. So it really works like that. And typically we go to them and we start to work out a deal with them. Money does not change hands. No. IGN, like many other publications, has what's called a Chinese wall. And what that means in business is that what is happening on one side of the company is unclear to the other side of the company. And in this case, editorial works in a silo where the sales team and the people that actually make money for the site, like actively, have no idea what the other side is doing and vice versa. So IGN first doesn't fall within those purviews, although it did become suspicious, and I understand why it became suspicious, I should say, when, for instance, we would have a Mass Effect 3 review, but also have Mass Effect 3 ads, which was something that I got in trouble for with, the audience back in the day. But I didn't know about the ads. That didn't matter to me. I have no fucking clue what was going on there. So it's a similar situation. So IGN first was designed to be a Game Informer type cover story. And the idea was to say, instead of having one static cover and you open it and you read it and that's it, you have a month's worth of exclusives on our site over and over and over again. Exclusive. You get all that access, and that's what IGN first is. So I hope that helps you out in discovering what's going on. Gotham Knights, October 25th. Number 9, Ghost of Tsushima, the 2020 PlayStation exclusive game developed by Sony-owned studio Sucker Punch, is perhaps one of the biggest surprises and brightest stars out of PlayStation in recent years, especially considering the company's seeming lack of excitement for the product in the marketing period leading up to its release. But with 10 million copies sold, it's a hit. And while we can count on a sequel out of Sucker Punch on PlayStation 5, we also know that Sony has been eager to pursue a film iteration. Indeed, Sony revealed a film project in 2021 led by none other than Chad Stahelski, the famous director behind the John Wick series. Then, earlier this year, it was revealed that writer Takashi Dozier would be penning the script. However, in an interview with website Collider, Stahelski said the following in part, quote, honestly, it's probably the same things that would scare the shit out of most people. It's a fantasy period piece. It's done with reverence to Akira Kurosawa, ellipsis. So I think if we did this right, it would be visually stunning. It's character driven. It's got an opportunity for great action, great looks. And honestly, we try to do it all in character, meaning it's a Japanese thing about the Mongols invading Tsushima Island, a complete Japanese cast in Japanese. Sony is so on board and backing us on that, end quote. So much like you could play Ghost of Tsushima with Japanese voice actors and subtitles, so too will you be forced, rightfully and thankfully so, to have the same experience with the film, which still has no release date or window. He later went on, quote, no one is going to give me $200 million to do a technology push movie without speaking English. I get it. So I have to be clever, and I have to figure out what's fiduciarily responsible to the property, to the studio, and still get what I want out of it and still make it something epic. Again, big challenge. An ellipsis. I'll read subtitles all day, and I think America in general, or at least the Western audiences in general, are getting more and more used to that because of the influence of Netflix and streamers and stuff, where we get so much more of a world of content. Will they show up in theaters for that? I'm banking on yes, if everything else is there. I think it could hurt me or hurt the property if you're failing a little less in each. Visually, it's not great. The action is okay. The story is not clear. Look, if I nail all the other bits, I think I can inspire you to get enough to get into the car and go to the theater, end quote. PlayStation's film arm, created in 2019, PlayStation Productions, recently had a major hit in the Uncharted film, which will no doubt get a sequel. A Gran Turismo film was also in development. On the TV side, The Last of Us comes to HBO in 2023, with TV shows on Twisted Metal, God of War, and Horizon also all in development, going to Peacock, Amazon, and Netflix, respectively. Chris, what do you think? Ghost of Tsushima? I mean, this is kind of a no-brainer, but it's good to get confirmation on this. A Japanese production.
Yeah.
Through and through. So not even Japanese people speaking English or any of that kind of weird shit. Like many, what was that Tom Cruise film? The Last Samurai?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Which was actually really awesome, but it's going to be a much more authentic experience. I do wonder how they're going to kind of deal with the historicity of it all, because Sucker Punch itself, as we've noted on this show, says that the game's aesthetic is not actually accurate to the time period. So I wonder what they're going to do with that, or if they're going to overwork that or whatever. But what do you think about Ghost of Tsushima being a Japanese production? All Japanese actors in Japanese will be seeing it in the theater with subtitles.
I think it's cool. I think if you're going to do something like this, where you're going to have a film or a transmedia linear narrative based on a video game, I think really all you can do is try to make that as interesting as possible. And I think this is a way to do that. I feel like it's not a safe thing to do, which is what I think is cool about it. Like, I do feel like this has potential to maybe be very alienating, but I feel like that's risky and really interesting on their behalf, that they're willing to do something like this. And as much as I don't really think we need something like this in general, I still am very much of the mind where if you're going to do, video game based linear media, I feel like TV is always the way to go. And I don't think Ghost of Tsushima necessitates a movie. I'm not even really sure if they can really get through all of what's good about Ghost of Tsushima in just an hour or an hour and a half or 2 hours or however long you have. But this is interesting enough that I am curious to see more about it once there's more to see. And I can say that's more than I can say for most video game properties.
What do you think, Dustin? Ghost of Tsushima, Japanese production?
It's interesting to see this movie take a more authentic approach, at least when it comes to the language, than initially Sucker Punch did. Because yes, you could play the game in Japanese at launch, but some of you may remember they did not do the lip sync to Japanese. So the lips were totally off. And it wasn't until later, maybe when they did the PS5 patch, but anyway, some point after launch, that they did a true Japanese voices with Japanese lip sync, because that killed it for me. I initially wanted to play it in Japanese, but I just couldn't do it with the lips not matching. It felt totally wrong and weird. So to see them with this project just right out the gate want to do it in Japanese is very cool. And I think that obviously there's a concern that this would be off-putting to particularly an American audience, but I don't know. I would like to think that times are changing. Like it's mentioned in the interview, the fact that Netflix is so big and anime in particular is so big, where sure, there's a lot of people still watching dubs, unfortunately, but there are a lot of people also watching subs and getting more and more acquainted with that as just a way of watching movies. Think about just a few years ago, there was that Korean movie that won Best Picture. Parasite. And that was a movie with subtitles. So
awesome. I love that movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
I think that the director being the director from John Wick is fantastic. I love those movies, and I think that if they can nail the action in this and do it right, I feel the most optimistic right now about this film than any other video game project before it.
Were you going to say something, Chris?
No, I was going to say, yeah, I feel like even more recently Squid Game, that was like this.
Oh yeah.
Squid Game was way huge. Like way
it was
bigger
awesome.
Yeah, and it was
I
great.
loved it. I loved it. It was so cool.
Me too.
Yeah, it was really cool. And
Frontman, I love that guy.
Yeah, Frontman's it's a very die-hardman name.
Yeah, totally. And it's very Japanese in its execution, or Asian in its execution, where it's very video gamey and it's enemy lieutenants and the dudes in the masks and all that. I really, really dug that show. I had no idea. I watched it, like consumed it, consumer with, MOO.
Two O's.
Yeah. All right, let's move on. Number 10. What does Final Fantasy actually mean? As in, what does it mean to be a Final Fantasy game? And has the series lost its way? There's interesting insight to be gained into these questions by reading a recent interview website Inverse conducted with Naoki Yoshida, also known as Yoshi P, who is currently the producer of Final Fantasy V's Final Fantasy 16, set for launch. I put in 2016. That's not true. Jesus Christ. In 2023. He's also the man largely credited with turning around Final Fantasy 14, as well as its producer, as both its producer and director. In the interview, Yoshida notes that for him, quote, Final Fantasy is about having a deep story, rich game design, the best game audio to accompany those aspects, as well as the inclusion of chocobos, moogles, and summons, end quote. However, he candidly said this when asked about the status of the franchise overall. Quote, in terms of whether Final Fantasy is successfully adapting to industry trends, I believe the series is currently struggling. We're now at a point where we receive a wide variety of requests regarding the direction of our game design. To be honest, it'd be impossible to satisfy all of those requests with a single title. My current impression is that all we can really do is create multiple games and continue creating the best that we can at any given time, end quote. This is especially poignant when you consider Final Fantasy's up and down history, with quiet beginnings on the Famicom and NES, smash hits on SNES, PS1, and PS2, a quieter period during the PlayStation 3 and into the PS4 generation, and then a breakout at the end of PS4. It's especially interesting to hear Yoshida talk about Final Fantasy 14, however. He said in part, quote, I want to keep making sure that Final Fantasy 14 will be fondly remembered by many as a fun game that gave them the best gaming experience. I also want to make sure that it will remain in operation for decades to come, end quote. A stark admission for an MMORPG that requires lots of human input to keep moving. But he notes that he thinks, quote, the very concept of online gaming will gradually disappear, end quote, and that advances like quantum computing, quote, could lead to the creation of a living world that resembles reality, or even new ideas that create an actual online world, end quote. Aaron Shepard wrote in and said, hey, CDC, what did you think of Yoshi P's recent interview with Inverse? He seems incredibly candid, but the success he has had with Final Fantasy XIV has earned him that. Anything stick out to you in particular? His comments about creating multiple games and seeing what jumps out to me when Square seems to be wanting to focus and refine what they do best. What say you? It's an interesting input, Aaron. That's what stood out to me as well. I don't know why, Dustin, and I'll go to you first. I don't think this is true, but these comments come off as like sandbagging Final Fantasy 16 in some way. I don't get that. What you should be saying is that we've created the best Final Fantasy game we can, considering all of the demands that we're getting. And he does say that in a roundabout way, but saying like, oh, we'll just make multiple games so we can please everyone is not the answer. I think he should be instructed in his media training to kind of leverage Dragon Quest and say, we have a traditional series in Dragon Quest. That will always be a traditional role-playing series. In Final Fantasy, we're going to experiment just like we did with classes in the early Final Fantasy games, just like we did with disc-based gaming and having 3 discs and cinematics and all that with Final Fantasy 7, just like we did with iterative games like Final Fantasy 10 and 10-2, just like we did with an MMO with Final Fantasy 11 and 14, just like we did with Final Fantasy 13, basically making it more of an action RPG. I think that there's a long history of actually Final Fantasy games being different, such that Final Fantasy doesn't have a real identity. Apart from what he says, it's similar to Dragon Quest. Turn-based, basic combat, and slimes and Drakis and all the different things that you would get in those games. And here it's Moogles and Cactars and all the rest. But otherwise, I think the games are quite different. So I don't know why he even felt the need to really say this, because it sounds like, saying something like the series is not successfully adapting to industry trends is very weird. Final Fantasy 16 should be setting industry trends, not adapting to anything. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think it feels particularly weird. And maybe his referencing is particularly Final Fantasy 13 and 15 as games that both of them didn't sit well with large portions of that audience.
Oh man, 13 was rough. Really rough. 13
in particular, I think, was a mistake across the board. But it's one of those things where games have to adapt, and long-running series have to adapt. And it's weird to me that I've already seen a lot of people shitting on the combat of 16 when, first of all, we barely have seen any of it, but simply because the fact that it is not turn-based and it's different. And, oh, well, I don't want Final Fantasy to be like Devil May Cry. And I get that, but I think that what he's saying here about what the core of what Final Fantasy is, it's no longer that Final Fantasy has to be a turn-based game. And it's been like that for a while. And we've seen Final Fantasy games can be successful and not turn-based. Look at Final Fantasy VII Remake. Not a turn-based game. People are perfectly happy with that. And I think they did a fantastic job with the combat of that game. And so
the campaigns or the combat's also modular, right? Like you can make it stop and all of that if you want to play it a different way.
It has some, I don't know if turn-based is the right way, but you can slow things down and select different moves and stuff like that. So it does have some classic elements, we'll say, to it. But it's one of those things that, and I think this is something that we talked about before, but if you want Final Fantasy to be the huge AAA blockbuster title that it's known to be, then it does have to change. For sure. It needs to, I think, Colin, you're right in that it needs to set industry standards, but through that, it also needs to adapt to current modern tastes that appeal to the masses, right? We talked about Diofield Chronicles last week, or Diofield Chronicle. And yeah, that's more of a budget title from Square Enix because a game like that has a more niche audience. It can't support the huge budget that a Final Fantasy type game would. And so I think it's just one of those things where you can't have it both ways. You can't have something stay completely the same and also have the insane budget that requires that large audience in order to support it. So, and I think overall, the last thing I'll say is that we need to wait and see more of this game before people are mad about it not being not Final Fantasy enough. From what I've seen, I think it looks
awesome. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Fuck what anyone says.
This is my most anticipated game for sure.
Yeah, this is definitely one of mine too. I mean, I don't give a flying fuck what anyone says about this game. I think it's going to be awesome. It certainly looks awesome. However, there's more, Chris. As we kick it over to you, I forgot to include this. This did just happen actually today, so I wasn't able to write it in. But our friends over at Video Games Chronicle wrote a story, basically referencing an interview that Yoshida also did with a Japanese site called Comic Days. So they went and translated it. And he said, quote, "We want the world, especially the younger generation, to play the game. Also, the mainstream games nowadays are intuitive games where you press a button and the character shoots a gun or wields a sword, and the traditional RPG style of turn-based command fighting is no longer familiar to them. It is also a fact that when you are becoming less familiar with the old-fashioned style of RPGs, where you fight by selecting turn commands, that's why battles in Final Fantasy 16 are very action-based. We want to make people all over the world think that Final Fantasy is a great game. Of course, I don't think we'll be able to satisfy everyone's demands, so I've told everyone on the team that the first thing we need to do is to make something that we think is fun and make sure it reaches the people who like it. This is and he says this is not an argument of what is good or bad, but there is a difference based on the player's preferences and age. Furthermore, there is a big difference between a command system and a turn-based system, and these are often conflated, but there are two different concepts. RPGs originated with tabletop RPGs, and I think that gaming RPGs were invented by replacing the tabletop discussions with commands in video games. As I said, I believe I know the fun of command system RPGs, and I want to continue developing them. But I thought about the expected sales of Final Fantasy 16 and the impact that we have to deliver," end quote. They're setting expectations. This is intentional. I mean, there's no doubt he's getting media trained to say these things. I don't know why, and I don't know, Chris, why they won't just talk. Like, they should tell him to bring up Dragon Quest and say, we have that command-based system already.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're talking so. They should be talking more confidently about Final Fantasy 16. This bothers me a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Like, I was looking up some of the headlines as you guys were talking, and all of it's pretty much like, yeah, Final Fantasy producer says series is struggling, and it's just a bad. It's not a great look, I guess, from the outside. It's like, it's not exactly the best PR that you want to have. But I mean, I don't know. It's kind of interesting because I feel like I missed turn-based RPGs. Like, I missed them entirely. Like, I was always like very action focused primarily. Like, because the games that I was playing was like Spyro and Crash. The games where you had a direct impact on every single facet of what you were doing. You could go left, you can go right, and you could make that switch on a dime. And you have to wait for anything. And for a while, I just sort of did feel like turn-based games were borderline like glorified DVD menus. Like sometimes you'd be scrolling through. It's like, okay, do this animation now. You know, it kind of felt that way to me for a long time. And it wasn't until like I think like recently that I really got into it. But it's an acquired taste. You know, I feel like unless that's your first video game experience, it's a very, very acquired. It's a very, very acquired taste to get, and I assume that most people don't have the patience to get into that. Most people, so it makes sense to me why they would be talking that way about their decision. I just don't understand why they have to pretend as if, I don't know, like why they. I understand. I understand the interpretation that they're sandbagging, I guess. Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, it just doesn't make any sense because I'm looking at the sales data now, although this is unofficial sales data, but Final Fantasy 13 is about 8 million sold. Final Fantasy 15 is 10 million. And then you have Final Fantasy Remake, which like is at 5 million in here, but it's more than that, I think, now. I don't necessarily feel like it's an accurate representation of the series being in some sort of swoon decline or whatever. I don't even know what he's talking about. I'm like, Final Fantasy 14 is one of the biggest MMOs ever. It's huge right now. People love Final Fantasy 14. People love Final Fantasy 16 and everything that's coming out of it. People love Final Fantasy 7 Remake. People are excited about Final Fantasy 7 Remake too. What are you saying? You're about to release a port of Crisis Core. Final Fantasy is in great shape. So maybe act like it.
Yeah.
I'm a little weirded out by this. Anyway, finally, number 11. Out of all the episodic adventure games released by the original iteration of developer Telltale Games, PS3's and PS4's Tales from the Borderlands, launched across 2014 and 2015, maybe the sneakiest of the bunch when it comes to popularity. While the likes of The Walking Dead and Batman speak for themselves, and while The Wolf Among Us and select others have found more vocal, hardcore audiences, Tales from the Borderlands is, at this point, a piece of side trivia for a mega popular FPS series that last saw a mainline release in 2019 with Borderlands 3, and which just saw a spin-off this year with Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Well, Telltale Games as we know it went away, though it's back and working on something else. And last year, publisher Take-Two revealed that its 2K imprint would publish another Tales from the Borderlands, this time developed by longtime development partner Gearbox, which has since been purchased by Embracer Group. That game was promised for 2022, though we hadn't heard much about it since. And thanks to a leak as relayed by website Video Games Chronicle, we now have lots of details, including a title, release date, and more, all thanks to Amazon. So first things first, the game is called New Tales from the Borderlands. It's a one-off release as opposed to an episodic release, and it'll come to both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 this fall on October 21st. While the 2014/2015 series took place between Borderlands 2 and 3, it's unclear where this game will take place, though the leaked description reads in part that you'll play as 3 separate characters based across a single day. Borderlands first launched on PS3 in 2009 as one of the progenitors of the console-based loot-driven shooters, and it was followed by an incredibly popular sequel on PS3 in 2012. It later came to PS4 and Vita. Peter Sismigu wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, New Tales from the Borderlands just leaked, so are you excited for it? Will you play it? The first game made by Telltale was excellent and captured a lot of players by surprise, even garnering praise from people that didn't play the main games. Now that Gearbox is making the sequel in-house, do you think it'll have the same charm that made the first one so good?" I might be rare in this respect, but I don't like Borderlands for the characters or the world. I like Borderlands for the gameplay. I like the graphics, like the cell shading, but I just like playing Borderlands, so I never gave a flying fuck about Tales from the Borderlands. I didn't want more Tales from the Borderlands, as it were. So I didn't play this and I can't speak to it. However, I know it was much beloved. And what's interesting about this, Dustin, is that it's being developed by Gearbox itself, which makes a lot of sense, but it's funny how these things kind of go around and happen and how they still have to work with 2K, even though they are now owned by Saber. So a lot of crossed wires here as well. But is this something you're interested in?
I feel like I played the first episode of Tales from the Borderlands a long time ago, but I don't remember it. I do remember that this was one that people, whoa, for the video, audio listeners, we just got a little bit of a show.
Sorry.
Small show. That's okay.
Do you have to blur it out or something?
No, I mean, I might need to blur myself out down here, just from seeing that. But overall, I realize that I just don't think I'm into these like the Telltale style games now. In fact, I don't know if I've ever fully played any of them. But I think the most interesting aspect of this release is that we're getting a Telltale game from Gearbox itself instead. So it will be interesting to see how they take that formula and do it again, but differently. And it's also weird just because it reminded me that Telltale is back now in some zombified state, Ship of Theseus like situation. So it's weird to see these IPs and these sequels to these games come back just in different variations. With this one coming from Gearbox, we have Wolf Among Us, stuff like that. I wonder if they'll hit the same way now that we're many, many years removed from their original releases.
Chris, do you have any comment?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that it's not episodic is great. It actually has me a lot more interested in checking this out than I otherwise would. I just never got on board with the whole, episodic, wait a couple months. It's just not my style. It's not how I want to play games really at all. So the fact that it's a one-off is cool. I like that Gearbox is making it. I think that's like an interesting move for Gearbox. And also I feel like it speaks to the quality of the game that's probably going to be a lot better because, I mean, it's Borderlands. But I got to be real. Like, yeah, I haven't really delved that deeply into a lot of Telltale games. I think the only thing I really played to completion was season 1 of The Walking Dead. I finished that and I was like, oh, that was great. That was a nice game. And then I just didn't have a desire to experience that type of game again. Like, I don't know, like I got my fill. I was like, that was unique and interesting, but I'm good. And they kept trying. It's like Batman. It's like, yeah, it's cool, but I'd rather just watch a movie or play an Arkham game or something. And I don't know. I remember they did that weird Back to the Future game like a long, long time ago.
Yeah, that was and Sam and Max. Yeah, Sam and Max, Back to the Future.
That's so weird because I remember I liked Sam and Max.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah, they were like small time before The Walking Dead. It was interesting that they just got way over their skis with.
I remember they had like the original the Sam and Max Poker Night where that was like the original crossover where you would have like
strong bad dude.
Yeah, you just have just like baffling characters who had no business being together playing poker at a table together. That was like a really cool. That was an interesting time, but I can't say I'm super interested in this. I am more interested than I otherwise would be just because it's not episodic. But even so, like, I don't know. If I hear good things about it, maybe I'll try it out. But I'm kind of with you where the thing I like most about Borderlands is the not necessarily the minute to minute gameplay, but the loot aspect and the inventory and like growing my character, and this is not going to be that. So
I will say about episodic games, I mean, I don't like them either. I know that they said when Telltale was reconstituted too that they wouldn't be doing that anymore, but that stopped me from playing a lot of their games. I probably would have played most of their games if they were just available at once. I do not like that approach. It is the polar opposite of how people operate in the world of streaming and on demand and VOD and what it's like. It's just nonsense. So glad that they overcame that. Not going to play it, but I know a lot of you out there are looking forward to it. And again, nothing to play this fall, so you'll be able to play that as well. All right. Let's end this episode as we do each and every week with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. Remember, you can submit over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do it without you. Early ad-free access to the show. Submit those questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. Sacred Symbols Plus, access to the Discord, and so much more. Let's start with Zach Wishnuff, who wrote in and said, CDC, do you think that we need remakes of the original God of War trilogy? If so, would they be better served in their original hack and slash styles or reimagined in that of the 2018 entry? I could see this as a way to capitalize on the success of the new games while retelling the original story for new audiences. It's important to note that these games were already ported and up-resed for PlayStation 3. Well, at least God of War 1 and 2, as well as the PSP games by Ready at Dawn. And then God of War 3 was ported to PlayStation 4. It was native on PS3. So those games kind of already exist. My instinct here, Chris, is to say no. I think this would be not a good use of your time, would confuse God of War as a series. I think you've moved on. This is the next iteration. What I'd like to see them is if they want to keep God of War as a name, they should keep reinventing it and let it go away a little while, bring it back. Yeah. God of War somewhere else, let it go away a little while. God of War comes back and it's something else. I don't think you got to go back and revisit the old God of War games, especially because I don't think the magic of God of War is in those games anymore. I think the magic of God of War is now in the 2018 game. And everything that was relevant to God of War, I think, came into those games. And I think God of War was really special at the time, but I think there are a lot of games that do it just as well. Like we have a Devil May Cry series still going. That's more like God of War was. And so like you don't necessarily need that. It doesn't necessarily fill that niche. So I would say no. What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like those games should at least be available. I wouldn't say they need remakes per se, but a nice upres and just like being able to play them natively would be nice. Because I actually I was at a friend of mine's place like a couple of months back, and he was playing the original God of War, and I was like, oh no, I think about it. I don't think I've ever really played this actually. Like not really. I had seen it at friends' places, but I never played. And I was playing through it, and I was like, there is something really fun about it. Like those are fun video games. And yeah, I could see it being like maybe a little bit confusing if you were to remake something and make like a big thing about it. But bringing them into like the classics library or something, I don't think would do much harm. In fact,
not at all. Not at all.
In fact, I think those are very, 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 very much worth playing still to this day. But I'm a really big fan of those types of games in general. Like I actually really like Dante's Inferno as well. That was just like a straight up ripoff. Like I was just like,
EA.
Yeah. And it was just God of War, but it was cool. It was awesome. I think those games play really well. And there's something that, especially because they don't really make those types of games anymore, even with Devil May Cry, which is like a little bit more gun focused. And like, there's a different flavor to it. So I would say no remake necessary, but it would be nice to be able to play the originals on maybe upres and maybe at 60 frames on modern hardware, untouched in any real way. But if they were to, for some reason, remake them, no way would you reimagine them. It defeats the point of a remake.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
We already have the reimagined format.
Yeah, that's what we're doing now. But I also agree with you with the idea that they should go away for a while. Like after this, they should just. I don't want to hear about God of War for another like 7 to 10 years.
I think it'll go away for a while after this. I think Santa Monica wants to move on. They tried to back in the day, but I think they're really truly ready to move on. They have not made a non-God of War game there since Connecticut, which was their first game on PlayStation 2. And of course, Connecticut was the foundation as far as its engine for God of War. So, Dustin, what do you think of this God of War trilogy? Should we remake them? I think the easiest way to play them right now, 1 and 2, is to play it on Vita. Play them on Vita. 3 is available on 4 easily. It's native,
right?
Ported. So I don't know. What is your take on revisiting those famous games?
I'm trying to remember how intense, maybe that's not the right word, or to what level this is. But is it possible that maybe Sony doesn't want to give too much shine to the old games with their weird, since they had a lot more weird sexual elements, like the weird sex mini game and stuff like that? I don't know if it was offensive because I'm trying to remember exactly what it was.
It was literally just like, it was a quick time event. Like the camera would like zoom into a lamp and then the bed would move and then the lamp. Yeah. And the bed would move and then the lamp would move further and then the lamp would fall off and break. And it was literally just a quick time minigame. It sucked.
So maybe it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
But I think that I think I agree with you guys that I would rather see them move forward and do new stuff. Maybe at best put that God of War collection from the PlayStation 3 onto PlayStation 4. I'm 90% sure it's streamable through PlayStation.
It is, yeah.
The classic thing, if you want to do that. So at least there is an option, not an ideal one, but guys, I have to point out, I was searching to try to remember this sex minigame from the old games.
Yeah.
I ended up coming across IMDb, the Parents Guide for God of War 2018. And one of the notes is that Kratos is shirtless. So in case any parents out
showing them nips,
Kratos is shirtless. So let that be known in case you didn't know from the fucking cover of the game.
Right. In which he has no shirt on.
Yeah. What a degenerate piece of shit.
Adrian Pinter wrote in, said, "Hey gents, you guys have stated that making hating anything part of your personality is cringe and dumb. Do you not believe you three have made hating Star Wars and Marvel a part of your personalities at this point? I don't mean this to be disrespectful, but as soon as a Star Wars or Marvel is brought up on the show, you guys instantly become overly negative and it's becoming more and more annoying. So I'm asking you three to please stand down. Anyways, I still love the content and appreciate you three. Suck my balls, Adrian.
These write-ins today, Colin.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I want to have I don't want to have just being like, great show, guys. Here's something very congratulatory to say.
Sure.
Only,
yeah, for sure.
People write in with the shit. We want to make sure that let them air their grievances as well. But no, I don't believe that because I think I said this just last week. Maybe it was on an appearance I did on another podcast, though I might not have said it here. I need to do a better job of, or at least I don't know why it's not being better communicated. So it's probably on me that when I analyze a deal, it's not necessarily a personal feeling. So for instance, and I think I brought this up when someone's like, well, you say how much you hate Marvel, but then you say like, oh, Insomniac should just keep making Marvel games. And I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, those are two different things. Like Insomniac should absolutely make Marvel games for the rest of its existence if that's what it can get away with doing. But I don't want them to necessarily do that. I want different things from them. I think a lot of people are completely unable to separate their feelings from an analysis of what's going on. And I have no problems with that. I don't know how anyone can listen to the show and feel otherwise. I talk about most of the things we talk about in the show. I don't care a goddamn. Let's go back and look. I'm writing everything down right now. PlayStation PC launcher. I'd rather swallow a gun barrel than think about that. KOTOR being alive. It's like, okay, whatever. Arkham Knights going gold. I don't give a shit about that. God of War recap. Modern Warfare 2 early access. I guess that was cool. And it's like FIFA 23 snafu, the Lord of the Rings and Weta thing. I don't care about the Avatar game. You understand what I'm saying? I'm able to separate the analysis from the personal feelings. And my personal feeling is that Marvel is played out. Star Wars is played out. And I don't know how that's my opinion because it doesn't, or I'm sorry, I don't know how that's my personality because it doesn't come up unless those things come up. And even if they do, not necessarily. We talked about Spider-Man earlier, didn't we? Did it come up?
Colin, I think you just need to tone down how you actually feel for the audience. Don't be honest. Just be like, I know the audience really likes Marvel and Star Wars, so I'm going to tone down how I actually feel and give them the non-authentic feelings that I have. Right? I just don't understand that at all.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. And also,
we're not playing it up. This is how we feel about these things. I don't know how we could shoot any more straight on this show about everything we feel about. Sometimes you're not going to like it. That's okay. I hear tons of stuff on tons of podcasts that I don't agree with, but that's fine. I like to hear. I don't know if you want a show that's going to pump up every comic book thing out there or every Star Wars thing, they are a dime a dozen. You can go find them. They're out there for you.
And my natural state of being, Chris, is just in a state of adversarial relations with any corporate structure. The bigger Star Wars and Marvel become, the more I hate them. And I think it's if people feel a certain way, that's totally fine. But I do think it's totally devoid of creativity to beat something in the ground that much. And if you feel like it's becoming more and more annoying, that's fine. But Adrian, guess how much more annoying and more annoying it is when everything that is announced is a Marvel product and a Star Wars product, because that's what it is. And it's fucking old. So if that's a part of my personality, in quotes, so be it. But I feel that way about anything that's run into the ground, but nothing is run into the ground like those two products, which, oh, by the way, are owned by the same entity. Shocking. Chris, do you have anything to add?
Well, I think there's a difference between just like saying how you feel in relation to something that is already a topic of conversation and making hating something part of your personality. Like I don't go out of my way to just talk shit about Marvel or Star Wars. I usually talk shit about Marvel or Star Wars because someone is asking me about it or it has come up naturally in a conversation. Like I talk shit about Marvel a lot on stream because I stream with Sweeney, and Sweeney's a big comic book guy. Like we just happen to speak about comic book stuff and it'll just naturally come up. And then somebody in the chat during the stream will say something about, they'll ask me how I feel about it, and then I'll answer them. Like I'm not gonna be like, I'm too negative, so I'm not gonna say it. It's just like, no, I feel like it's a lot. And I think maybe it might have heightened recently because of the Forspoken thing, because I have gone on record. I've called that Marvel dialogue a lot on stream specifically. I've referred to that as like, oh, it's like a Marvel script. The whole what's a good example? like just all of these like Marvelisms that you see in any movie. I'm for some reason blanking, but there's like so many. There's like just like like getting like a hero landing on the ground and getting hurt. It's like wasn't expecting that one. You know, like just like these really like telegraphed things that you can almost feed into an AI and they can write a movie. Yeah, I'm gonna make fun of it because it's just everywhere. Like I can't even. There have been like 50 Marvel TV shows. They announced. Did you see that they announced like 2 phases into the future of Marvel? And it's just like, and it is like, oh, the Thunderbolts are coming. And it's like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah,
Agatha Coven of Chaos. Who is that? What is?
And then
like,
everyone pretends like they know, and then everyone will pretend like they've always known Agatha, the whatever. You know,
wait, you don't know Kang?
Yeah,
the fuck are you talking? Listen. I like superhero stuff as much as the next guy. I'm definitely more of a Batman, Spider-Man guy, and I have no problem admitting that I am on the surface level of this shit. I did not know who the hell the Guardians of the Galaxy were when they announced that movie, and you know what? They're great. I'm glad that people are introduced to all these great characters, but at the same time, it's been so long, and when you're inundated with this stuff, all this, it's like, what is the kid from the little boy from Iron Man 3 is getting a show, and you know, Black Widow's like, sister is getting a show, and it's like,
buy it, consume.
Yeah, I it's not that if you like it, it's not that I want you not to like it. Like, I'm glad that there's shit out there, and like, Lord knows there are certain things that I wish were as ubiquitous. I know that's like kind of like a genie thing where it's like, I don't never get what you wish for, but you know, I would be elated if we were getting like something like Shadow of the Colossus all the time. You have no fucking idea. I'd be over the fucking moon.
You're gonna get a Shadow of the Colossus, but you're gonna be climbing a sandworm on Tatooine.
Yeah. Probably that's honestly probably the only way that I'll ever get another Shadow of the Colossus style game is if somebody goes like, "Hey, what we're gonna pitch this as like a scavenger in the Star Wars universe, and he has to take down all these big monsters, and there's gonna be like a light side, dark side thing to it." And it's like, you know what? Fine, I'll accept it. Just
instead of riding a horse, you ride a bantha.
Yeah. Like, I think that's what's disheartening to me. It's not necessarily that these things are as ubiquitous or that these things are popular. To me, it's the sad fact that a lot of really, really cool original game designs are probably being passed up on in favor of these things. Or if they're not being passed up on, they're only being greenlit because they can be shoehorned into these properties. I have no doubt that there's like probably like a bunch of video games and a bunch of, you know, movies that were original screenplays that directors or, you know, publishers or whoever movie studio heads were like, that's a great story, but this would work really well in the Dune universe, or like this would work really well in Battlestar Galactica or Star Trek. You know what I mean? Like, everything needs to be as original as it is. It needs to be connected to a bigger thing in order to justify the cost, because it's a lower risk. And I feel like I feel that a lot lately. And it wasn't always the case. When Marvel Ultimate Alliance came out, we had Marvel games, but they weren't everywhere. And that was like a cool novel idea. Like, oh, Spider-Man and Wolverine and all these characters on the same team, and it's like an isometric kind of action RPG. This is cool. But now it's like, I mean, as excited as I am for the idea and the potential of Wolverine, I kind of wish we weren't getting another Insomniac Marvel game, low key.
I do. I mean, I do too. I mean,
Granted, we haven't seen it yet, so maybe once we see it, it'll be like, oh my god, I'm so excited. But as it stands right now, you know, Spider-Man's the exception because he's just a great video game character, in my opinion. But it's just so everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. I just don't understand what people don't understand about. And I think hating something or not liking something shouldn't be part of your personality, but neither should liking something this much. Like, I get disturbed. It would be like, I'm a PlayStation fan, but it would be like me watching a PlayStation press conference back in the day and getting excited about everything they showed. Oh, Gran Turismo? Yeah, I love Gran Turismo. Oh, of course. Oh, multiplayer shooter? Oh, yeah, love this shit. Oh, man.
Lair 2.
Yeah,
whoa!
man. Whoa, man. I can't believe they're going back to Lair, man. And it's like, and that's like, I feel like the liking Star Wars and liking Marvel, that is a personality trait. And
yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's cool. I mean, if that's what you're into, but I want products to kind of, let me back up. I refuse to believe everything Marvel has put out is good. Impossible.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact everything Star Wars has put out is not good. So isn't that room enough for caution? I think so. Why do we want to not be more cautious about our excitement? Considering that can be, that can be currency too. I don't have an unlimited amount of fucking excitement and energy. I want to be excited about things that prove themselves, things that are new and interesting and different. Star Wars makes my eyes roll back in my head at this point. And I'm sorry if that's too much, but that's my honest opinion. It is. And it only comes up because it can't not come up. I didn't ask for that. I don't make these games. So
yeah,
I'll play some of these games that are coming out and we'll talk about them.
I'm sorry, Adrian. We did not stand down at all.
No. Anything else to say?
No.
All right. Joey F wrote in. Hello, gents. Why is it in most games that when you have to follow an NPC, you can either walk faster or slower than them, but never the same speed? Would love to get your insight on whether I'm just crazy or whether there is a reason for this. Stay safe out there. No, I love that. In playing Cyberpunk, I love, it doesn't break the game. It just breaks the immersion. I love when games allow you to break the immersion and act as if nothing happens. Like I'm jumping on dudes' heads. I'm jumping on tables and just knocking everything off the tables during cutscenes and like fucking everything up and walking through doors and just leaving and I like that kind of immersion breaking stuff. So NPCs, when you're following them or they're following you, it's always a little annoying because movement speed, and especially in first and third person games, is so sped up compared to the way we actually move. And that's the way it has to be. Otherwise, we'd think the game was slow. It's the same thing with Madden. Like Madden doesn't really play like football. It's just the way it needs to play to feel like football, the best interpretation of it that they can possibly have. So do you guys ever notice this with NPCs?
Oh. It's a great question he wrote in. I don't know the answer why it's so inconsistent. It's just I feel like this is a problem we should have had figured out by now. But this happens all the time.
Some games do it. Like I can't name them exactly, but like there were definitely games that I had played where once I started sprinting, the NPC started sprinting at my pace, and like I start walking, I feel like I played something like this very, very recently. It might even be. It's not Red Dead exactly because what the fuck was I playing recently? I've been playing so many things. I can't hardly keep track of it, but that's probably the best solution is to just lock the NPC at the player's speed. That seems like the best way to go about it because that way it's not really immersion breaking. You're not because why wouldn't they keep up with you if you're going in the same place, if they have to be around you? But I remember this being a problem like a long time ago. Like particularly like in the early 360 generation and even before that, where just like, why are you walking so damn slow? Or some of those grueling tailing missions in Assassin's Creed where it's like you are walking slower than I think is possible. I don't know how you did that, but you did it. And I don't know, this is an ancient. I haven't thought about this in so long though. So I
like watching NPCs walk upstairs.
Oh yeah.
And that's always funny, like the way
it's always
the way it's layered. Yeah, and like the way the feet, like they have the texture boxes or the hitboxes over the stairs in weird ways. It's
just a ramp.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like stuff like that a lot. It's a good question, Joey. I have no idea why that is. June wrote in and said, "Slitterheads, with the rumor of Death Stranding making its way to Xbox Game Pass for PC, what do you make of this? Is Kojima's collaboration with Xbox going to be the same game that iterates upon Death Stranding, so he's pressured to release on their platform? Is the screenshot just a Starfield planet instead? Thoughts?" So IGN has this story, and they related, others did as well. And Logan Plan over there wrote, Xbox's official PC Game Pass Twitter account may be teasing the arrival of Death Stranding on PC Game Pass. Earlier today, the account changed its profile picture to a foggy landscape featuring grassy hills and rocks. After changing the photo, the account posted saying, "Sometimes you look like we just like a good landscape picture, new profile pic." And then people have basically matched this up to be it's totally a shot from Death Stranding. I mean, there is no question at all about that. So the answer is not if, but when Death Stranding is coming to PC Game Pass. And of course, PC Game Pass and Xbox's Game Pass are different, but this is still a pretty big deal. Dustin, what do you make of it?
Yeah, it's a big deal for sure, as just that Death Stranding obviously very associated to the PlayStation brand, but it does come from a time when PlayStation was not interested in publishing games on PC.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
And so, yeah, I'm sure that PlayStation is kicking themselves, wishing that they would have at least secured the rights or done something like that. Because as far as I can tell, this is purely a 505 Games decision who published the game on PC. I'm sure that Sony is not happy that this game is going to PC or going to Game Pass on PC. Yeah. But it's one of those things where it's out of their hands. And I mean, for me, I think it's cool. I think it's great that more people will have the opportunity to play this game because it's a fantastic game. But I don't know if there's anything really to like read into or speculate from like a PlayStation perspective. It's just they don't have control over this. Xbox offered 505 probably a bunch of money, and now it's going to end up there, which again, if you have that service and you haven't played this game, it's amazing. So check it out.
I don't think that Sony could have literally stopped 505 from doing this, but I think they might have been able to coerce them not to do this because 505 wants to keep a good relation with Sony. I don't think you want to have a bad relationship with Sony. We were talking, I mean, a bigger deal was when the show came to Game Pass, right? And we were talking about how that was out of everyone's hands. MLB doesn't give a flying fuck about their relationship with Sony. That was clearly just like, if you want the game, continue to make the game, you can do this. And if not, we'll find someone else. And that's what happened. And it was totally pulled out of their hands. With this one, I feel like in the language of the PC port and all the licensing that they must be allowed to do this. But you would think that they wouldn't want to do it unless they kind of had Sony's implicit blessing to do it, because it could affect their future relationship with them, especially if we get another Death Stranding game, which we might. So I don't know. I'm Chris, I'm wondering what you think of this. It's certainly a great coup for Microsoft to get this game, but it'll be on PC and it already exists on PC. So it's not really a huge deal. And some of this money is no doubt trickling to Sony. I mean, Sony, a lot of people are confused about this. Sony owns Death Stranding straight up. There's no question about it. You can go read the copyright treatments on all of the, on the stingers on the end of the trailers and all the rest. It's clear as day. You go read it for yourself. So it is a matter of the PC port. It's very similar to the limbo that I think Sunset Overdrive is in right now, where it's in limbo. Like Sony literally owns that IP, but they can't publish the original game. And so there's just some stuff there. So what do you think about this idea that Death Stranding will soon be coming to Game Pass? I wish they just did it. I think teasing it was kind of stupid. I think it would have been a bigger deal if they just did it.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. Although it's, I don't know. At this point, the gaming industry is so sterile and unfun. I'm kind of glad when these things happen, even if they're kind of unnecessary. A little tease is fun, and I don't really see a lot of, I don't know, this doesn't happen as much. At least in this cutesy kind of like really inoffensive way. As far as like, how important, I don't know if this is really all that important. Again, like this is a game that's already on PC, but I will say that this is a game that is, it's a risky game to buy if you are not sure that you like it, because this is a game that's just it's of a very, very specific style. It's got a very specific flavor to it. It's not exactly what most people would expect, and it's a lot. I don't know. It's a perfect Game Pass game in the sense that I could see a lot of people jumping into it now who otherwise wouldn't have, simply because the idea of spending $60 on a walking simulator might have been just enough to deter them. And I feel like a lot of new people are going to discover Death Stranding from this. So I actually think it might be a really smart move on their part, especially now that they've kind of squeezed as much blood from the stone as they possibly could with Death Stranding at this point. I don't imagine that it's selling like 1 million copies.
No, it's also already free on PS Plus. So it's
right. Exactly. So like you might as well just kind of get the good word of this out as in as many places as you can. That way, if there is a follow up, which it seems like there is in some capacity, that's a lot more interest. And, that's a win-win for everybody, it seems.
Yeah, it's certainly a quirky thing that this is happening. I like that from that perspective, a weirdness, but don't think it's a huge deal. But no, there is no question that that's Death Stranding. So there's no question that this is a done deal. So we'll just see when it happens. All right, Aaron Robb wrote in and said, "Hey, Slitticritters, This week, Sony quietly altered the new game sections to be sorted by best-selling new games in an attempt to curb the tidal wave of complaints about the trash flooding new releases. What gives? How does this help the new indie that doesn't immediately garner enough sales to be high in the new release list? Love to hear your thoughts, and the Melanie Mac episode was great. Thanks for keeping me entertained as I teach the future of America every day. Thank you, Aaron Rob, for writing in. So for people that don't know, we've been talking over the last few weeks that Sony, finally, there's a confluence of conversation. I mean, we've been talking about it on the show forever, but that the PlayStation Store is a fucking disaster. You can't find anything on it. Games are getting buried. There's all this shovelware. So they did. I'm surprised that this made such news. And I'm going to tell you why. Because so what they basically did was on PS5, they made it so that games are now shown by, instead of being shown by new releases, showing by like games that are selling well at that time. However, this is the default for the PlayStation 4 store already. So this isn't a big deal. If you go to the PS4 store on PS5, that is the way it is organized. And you have to reorganize it yourself. You used to go to the PS5 store and it would be organized by new releases with stapled at the top all of the pre-release stuff and then new releases underneath that. And now they've made it to be like PS4. So you can still reorder them how you want. But this is, when I saw this, I was like, are you kidding me? Your answer is to just bubble up all of the games that already sell well. That's the answer now. So you're burying the games the same way. Why are you guys so incompetent? I don't get it.
My question is, why do they want to protect jumping nuggets so fiercely?
Yes, good question.
Like, what is it about these jumping egg, jumping sushi, leaping fucking...
Let's see what's on there now. I'll go to
paella, whatever the fuck.
Ninja
like, what
Fun.
Is it? What?
Ninja Fun is one of the new ones.
Cool. Why?
Have you guys seen the gameplay, the quote unquote gameplay for these?
What is it, like a Flappy Bird type?
So Kyle Bossman just put out a recent video where he bought, I think, 3 or 4 of these games, and it is so much worse than I expected. It's literally just tapping the X button, or in some cases even just holding it, and then you get a platinum. Hold the button, get a platinum. No gameplay really at all to speak of. Some of them maybe loosely, it depends. There's different classes of these easy platinum games, but some of them are literally just pressing. It's not even to the extent of My Name is Mayo, right? My Name is Mayo. It took a little bit of time. They tried to make it
like
quirky.
You had to tap it like 10,000 times or something.
Right. They made it quirky and fun. It was somewhat, I guess, arguably justifiable. These are not like that. Check out Kyle's video, because
I will have to do
insane.
that. Because it's unacceptable. You need to, when I saw this, I was like, you guys fucking suck. The answer to Chris's point is you need to take these games down. Like,
Yeah,
that's what you
straight
need
up.
to do. That's what you need to do. You need to get rid of these fucking games that are taking the up spots of all the, and what's funny, Chris, is that, and in the PSN Profiles new trophies, one of the games that's published is As Divine Cross, which is a Chemco game. And I used to make fun of those games, like I said, and that's like, man, that's fine. You know, like your one RPG a month. Cool. Here it is.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say that, like, earlier when we were talking about THQ and how they're kind of like, or not THQ, Embracer, and how they're like pumping out all of this stuff, and how everything in that new that new write up kind of seemed like, at least they're video games, you know? Like, I'll take 40 whatever the hell Alone in the Darks over 2,000 jumping nugget, you know, sushi roll extravaganza, whatever the fuck is the next one, you know?
Do you want to earn trophies in Space Kabam? Oh, I'm sorry, it's Space Kabam and Gold Trophy Die for the first time. Cool.
Nice. Yeah. Space Kablam is the sequel.
Yes, right. Fuck these games. And fuck the people that make them, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean that from the very bottom of my heart. And I know for a fact a couple of journalists are looking for you guys to find out who you are. So, because I've been trying to point them in some directions and giving them some information that I know as well. So can't wait for someone to figure out who you guys are, and we can do it, and they can have a nice little expose on how you fucked up the PlayStation Store. And finally, Jameson wrote in and said, hey boys, do you all have any particular way that you keep track of your gaming backlog? I keep a spreadsheet and update it as I go, but was wondering if you gents had any other methods. A whole bunch of stuff came out at once this past February and March, but we've mostly been in a lull since. I figured I'd use these past few months to catch up on some of the gems I've missed in recent years, like Hades and Final Fantasy VII Remake, or classics like Mass Effect and Half-Life. Of course, you guys keep recommending more good stuff like Ghostwire Tokyo and Nobody Saves the World. So perhaps the backlog isn't meant to be completed. Thanks for all the content. No, I don't think the backlog is meant to be completed, and I never write it down. because that's the path to sheer insanity. That's like tapping into a sixth sense you're not supposed to know, and it'll drive you insane, and you'll be hearing ghastly noises from beyond and all of the rest. And so my backlog, especially because I play on one console ecosystem pretty much primarily, is just my download list. Like I buy games and they just go into my list, or I add games from PlayStation Plus, or games come out and I just constantly look and I scroll through them and I find games. I mean, that's how I kind of came upon Cyberpunk, as weird as that is. I was like, oh, well, now's the time, I guess. And so I personally don't track my backlog because it would never possibly get any shorter. So what is even the point? I mean, does your backlog get shorter? It's how? Because when you're playing games in the present, the games coming out in the present get added to the backlog. So it is a fruitless endeavor, Jameson, my friend. Dustin, what do you think?
Yeah, everyone enjoys games in different ways. Some people like to organize and do the backlog thing. To me, the thought of creating a list of a backlog makes games into work. And I don't want that. For example, and this would bother a lot of people, I picked up Live Alive. I played it for maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Have we figured that out, by the way? It's Live Alive.
Alive.
Is that what it is? You said it, so I'm saying, is that what you...
That's what I most commonly hear.
Okay, that's fine.
But I don't really know.
No,
whatever.
I mean, I don't know anything.
I don't feel compelled to play that game at all anymore. And maybe I will later at some other point. Maybe when I'm on a trip and I need a game that's portable on the Switch. Maybe I will. But right now, nah, I'm good. So I'm going to move on. And it's okay. Maybe I'll never finish that game. Does not bother me. You cannot become beholden to the games that you are not enjoying, or playing a game because you feel like you have to out of obligation to some kind of backlog. But maybe you do. Maybe that's, again, some people like that, the checking off.
I mean, I have that sickness with trophies. It's just that I can't. I know that there's always the next game, right? Mm-hmm. There's always going to be another game, so I do not need to track it. I really try to remain in the now and be like, all right, I'm gonna worry about this game now and get the trophies now, and I don't even know what I'm gonna play next. And because I say, as I was saying earlier, it's like I'll play Roller Drome next or Saints Row, but it's like, really, who knows? I mean, sometimes I get pulled out, and also football starts soon. I'm gonna be playing. By the way, Chris, who got the Backbone? Chris?
Oh yeah, I have it.
Did you use it?
Yeah, I've used it a couple times.
You like it?
Yeah, it works fine. I tried certain games that I knew wouldn't be good on it. Like I remember I was playing like, let's see if Halo Infinite runs well. It does not. But something like, I was playing Nobody Saves the World and Yakuza on it, and it's not bad. It's got the same problem that the Switch does, though, where the controllers are, I mean, they're meant to be small because it's supposed to be portable, but it's not the ideal it's not the ideal controller form factor for me. But given how sparsely I game on my phone, it's more than serviceable. It's a decent little bit of kit.
Nice.
I don't know if it's $100 worth, though. I will say that it's maybe like, feels like a decent like $40 to $50 thing, but yeah, $100 is a lot.
Interesting enough. What do you manage your backlog at all, Chris, as we exit?
God, no. I'm on everything. I'm on PC. I'm on Xbox.
I don't
I'm
even
on
know how you
PlayStation.
could possibly manage that.
It's the idea of the thing is, like, with me, it's just like I feel like video games. I'm with Dustin, where it's like I don't want them to become work, and they already kind of are because I stream, and obviously we play games specifically just for the show, and just to have them even more workified would just be hell. Like I don't want it to be any more than it already is, and sometimes that means I'll play a game that I probably should play for the show. Sometimes I'll be playing a game like Horizon Forbidden West, and I'll just completely fall off it, and then people will give me shit about it forever. But the reality is, it's like if I'm not feeling something, there's always a chance that I can feel it later. This happened with The Witcher, right? Where like I just wasn't feeling that game the first 4 times I tried it, and then like the 5th time it was like I don't know. I just felt it a lot more. I got super invested in it. I stuck with it for a really, really long time. And sometimes you need that. And if I looked at my backlog, I would never be able to do anything because I would just be paralyzed by the amount of shit, and especially just the amount of duplicates. I'm sure I've bought things on multiple platforms. I think I bought God of War on PC. I haven't really dabbled with that outside of mods. I bought Crash Team Racing on everything because I loved it so much, and I never wanted to be without it. And I remember toying around with the idea. It's like, oh, maybe I should get like the platinum equivalent in the Xbox version as well. And then it just gets too tricky. I can't with that. I play games that speak to me in the moment, and if they lose me, and then I move on to the next thing that speaks to me. Sometimes it'll be something super old like Prey. Sometimes it'll be something I recently started Valheim on PC because I just wanted a nice co-op game. Going back to Fallout New Vegas as well. Just like all these old things keep coming back in, and there's always going to be time for that. There's always going to be lulls. There's always going to be years where a whole year goes by and you're like, what the fuck? Nothing. I didn't care about anything. And that's a great time to delve into the backlog. But making it a primary chore, making it this like list that you're always kind of cognizant of off on the side. Nah, man, that's got to be out of sight, out of mind for me. I'd obsess over it too much.
I agree. I like having a list of games with trophies of games I've beaten, what I've done and all of that, but that's the past. As far as the present and the future, I can't operate in that space either. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Time to go. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
No, man, I am so excited because I ordered while we were going through these questions, I ordered just a big pizza.
Nice.
All for me, all of it's mine.
Cool.
I'm not sharing it with fucking nobody.
Don't.
And
a delicious cheese pizza, all for me.
Pepperoni.
Oh, that's on what is it? Home Alone.
Delicious
cheese pizza, all for me.
All right, that's a deep cut.
Deep cut. Yeah.
That scene where he's about to eat the macaroni and cheese and he never touches it, it like makes me so viscerally upset.
I don't think I ever interested in that. I didn't notice that.
He sets all those boogie traps and then he heats up this delicious looking plate of mac and cheese. I'm like, oh my god, it looks so mouthwatering. I'm like salivating over it, and then the alarm goes off and then he leaves it. Animal.
Asshole.
Absolute piece of shit, Kevin McAllister.
They should have brought it back in so that when one of them got into the house, even though they're all fucked up at that point, they like find the mac and cheese and they eat it, but there's like a trap in that too,
A delicious mac and cheese just for me.
Just wrote that for you, John Hughes. You're dead, but you should have done that anyway. Love John Hughes. Dustin, let's get out of here. By the way, I just saw on the on Eurogamer reported Elden Ring 16.6 million copies sold.
Dang.
Crazy.
Man, Elden Ring, shout out. Great game. Chris, man, I want pizza real bad now hearing you say that. It feels weird. I'm not hardcore dieting. It doesn't feel right to say that, but I am progressively losing pounds over the last few weeks just because I get to, this always happens. I start to balloon a bit, clothes don't fit, and I go, uh-oh. And then I just back off for about a month or two. And then this process repeats once a year, pretty much. So
it's a balloon wonder world in the Dustin household.
That's exactly right.
I started taking a couple weeks ago. I started taking protein powder, or drinking protein powder after I work out because I feel like I've reached the limit of my gains. So, but yeah, I'm trying to be cognizant of that too. My clothes are my sign as well to that things are getting a little crazy. All right. Well, fair enough, boys. Thank you for your time today, and thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We could not do it without you. Remember to support us on Patreon if you can. And we'll see you on Discord. We'll see you at other places. Sacred Symbols Plus, of course. Knockback, Defining Duke. And we're getting together soon. All five of us are going to be together on a show, I think, next week. We're recording one anyway. I don't know when it'll be live. I'm thinking about doing something special for that show. Like instead of us just getting together, like having a game of some sort or something like some competition or I don't know. I'll think about it this weekend, but hopefully we'll have more of that soon. So thank you all out there again. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.